Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. I was staying at my friend Hannah's farm for the summer, helping out while she and her husband were traveling. It wasn't a big farm, just a few acres of land, some chickens, and a couple of cows. They'd left me a list of tasks to handle: feeding the animals, watering the garden, basic stuff. I'd grown up in the city, so this was all new to me, but I figured it would be a nice change of pace. The farmhouse was old but comfortable, set at the end of a dirt road with no other houses nearby. It was peaceful out there. Quiet. At least, it was at first. I noticed the truck for the first time about a week after I arrived. It was an old, rusty pickup that didn't look like it belonged to anyone nearby. It drove by in the evening, just as the sun was setting. I didn't think much of it at first. People drive by farms all the time. But the next evening, the same truck went by again, moving slowly. The driver didn't stop or wave, just kept going. After a few more days of this, I started to feel uneasy. One night, I was outside locking up the chicken coop when I saw the truck again. This time, it slowed almost to a crawl as it passed the driveway. The headlights cut through the growing dark, and I could just barely make out the silhouette of the driver. He was sitting upright, watching the house. I stood frozen for a moment, then forced myself to finish locking the coop. When I looked back, the truck was gone. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the driver lived nearby and had some reason to pass the farm every night. Maybe I was imagining things. Still, I started locking the doors earlier and double-checking the windows before going to bed. A few nights later, I was sitting in the living room, reading, when I heard a noise outside. It was faint, just a crunch of gravel, but it was enough to make my heart race. I turned off the lamp and peeked out the window. The truck was back, parked at the end of the driveway. The headlights were off, but I could see the faint outline of the cab against the moonlit road. I stayed there, barely breathing, watching as the minutes ticked by. Eventually, the truck started up again and drove off. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I called Hannah. I didn't want to worry her, but I needed to tell someone. She listened quietly, then told me to keep the house locked and call the sheriff if anything else happened. She said she'd let a neighbor know to check in on me. That made me feel a little better, but not much. For a few days, nothing happened. I started to think maybe the driver had just been passing through, and I was overreacting. But then came the night I heard the screen door creak. It was late, and I was in bed, half asleep. The farmhouse was old, and the walls creaked when the wind blew, so I almost didn't register the sound at first. But then it happened again, a long, slow creak, followed by the soft thud of the screen door shutting. I froze. The bedroom was upstairs, and I could hear every little sound in the house when it was quiet. There were footsteps now, heavy and deliberate, moving through the kitchen. My first thought was that it must be the neighbor Hannah had mentioned, maybe checking in without calling first. But it was nearly midnight, and no one would just walk into the house like that. I slipped out of bed as quietly as I could and grabbed my phone. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I winced, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, heading toward the stairs. I dialed 911 and whispered my address to the dispatcher, trying to stay calm. She told me to stay on the line and lock myself in a room if I could. I moved to the closet and slid the door shut, crouching down behind a pile of boxes. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was in the house would hear it. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. They paused, then moved toward my bedroom. I could hear the floor creaking just outside the door. The handle turned, and the door opened with a soft squeak. I bit down on my hand to keep from making a sound. The dispatcher was still on the line, whispering to me to stay quiet and stay hidden. I barely heard her over the sound of my own breathing. The footsteps entered the room and stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then I heard the faint rustle of fabric, like someone was moving around, searching. The closet door didn't open. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps retreated. I heard them going back down the stairs, slower this time, almost cautious. The screen door creaked again, and then it was quiet. I stayed in the closet until I heard sirens in the distance. When the deputies arrived, they found the front door wide open but no sign of anyone nearby. The truck was gone. The deputies searched the property and found footprints in the snow leading from the driveway to the house. They circled the chicken coop and a few outbuildings before disappearing into the woods. They didn't find the truck, and there wasn't much else they could do. I stayed at the farmhouse for one more night, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I packed up and left. I told Hannah I couldn't finish out the summer and apologized for leaving her in a bind. She understood, though. When I told her what happened, she didn't try to convince me to stay. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. Maybe it was just some local messing around, or maybe it was something worse. I try not to think about it too much. But I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving closer in the dark. When I moved into my apartment, I thought I'd finally found the right place. It was small, but it felt comfortable enough. The rent wasn't bad, and the landlord, Mr. Gilbert, seemed polite when I met him to sign the lease. He was probably in his 60s, thin, with a comb-over that didn't do much for his bald head. His handshake was clammy, but he smiled enough to seem friendly. I spent my first week settling in, unpacking boxes and figuring out where to put things. The place was old, with creaky floors and doors that stuck, but I didn't mind. It felt like my own space. At least, it did at first. The first odd thing happened a few days after I'd moved in. I came home from work and noticed my bathroom door was open. I always kept it closed because the window in there let in a draft. It wasn't something I thought much about at first. I figured I'd just forgotten. But then I noticed the towel I'd hung over the shower rod was folded on the sink. I don't fold my towels. I tried to brush it off. Moving is hectic, and maybe I'd done it without realizing. That's what I told myself anyway. A few days later, I got up early on a Saturday to run errands. I locked up as usual and left, planning to be gone most of the day. When I came back that evening, something felt off as soon as I stepped inside. It was subtle, like the air had been disturbed. I looked around, trying to figure out what it was, and that's when I saw it. My keys, which I always left on the kitchen counter, were now on the coffee table in the living room. I felt a cold wave roll over me. I was sure I hadn't put them there. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but then I started noticing other little things. A drawer slightly open in the bedroom. A lamp turned off that I swore I'd left on. A mug that had been in the sink was now on the drying rack. It wasn't much, but it added up. The next time I saw Mr. Gilbert, I casually asked if anyone had been in my unit for maintenance. He shook his head and said no, giving me that same polite smile he always wore. I told myself I was being silly, that maybe I was just stressed from the move. But the uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. One afternoon, I decided to test it. I left for a few hours, but purposely set a small piece of tape on the inside of the door frame, near the hinge. When I came back, the The tape was on the floor. My stomach dropped. Someone had been inside. I called Mr. Gilbert immediately, trying to keep my voice calm. He answered after a few rings, sounding surprised to hear from me. I told him about the tape and asked if he'd been in my apartment. "Oh, yes," he said, as though it were the most normal thing in the world. "I was just checking on something. There was a leak in the unit above you, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't affecting yours. I didn't think you'd mind." His tone was casual, like he wasn't aware of how wrong it was to let himself into someone's home without permission. I was too stunned to argue at first, but after I hung up, I felt angry. I decided to change the locks, even though it wasn't allowed under the lease. I couldn't relax knowing he could just walk in whenever he wanted. The locksmith came the next day. I didn't tell Mr. Gilbert, and I hoped he wouldn't notice right away. For a few days, things were quiet. I started to feel normal again. Then, late one night, I woke up to the sound of someone jiggling my doorknob. My heart stopped. I stayed completely still, listening as the noise continued. It wasn't loud, just soft clicks and scraping, like someone was trying to be quiet. I grabbed my phone and crept out of bed, my hands shaking. The sound stopped suddenly, and I thought maybe they'd gone away. Then I heard a faint knock. "Miss Harper?" It was Mr. Gilbert's voice, low and calm. "It's me. I need to check something inside." I didn't answer. I couldn't. My whole body was frozen. I stood there, holding my breath, as he knocked again. "I know you're in there," he said. His tone was different now, almost annoyed. "You changed the locks. You can't do that. It's against the lease." I stayed silent, hoping he'd give up. After a few minutes, the knocking stopped, and I heard him walking away. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I called the police and told them what had happened. They sent an officer to take a report, but there wasn't much they could do. Since he hadn't broken in or threatened me, they said it was a civil matter. I felt helpless. I tried to avoid Mr. Gilbert after that, but it wasn't easy. He lived on the property, so I'd see him occasionally, walking across the parking lot or working in the yard. Every time I saw him, he'd give me that same polite smile, as if nothing had happened. One evening, I came home to find a note taped to my door. It was from Mr. Gilbert, saying he needed to speak with me about a repair issue. I didn't trust him, so I ignored it. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside my window. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. The blinds were closed, but I could see a faint shadow moving back and forth. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator that someone was outside my apartment. The shadow paused, and I heard a soft tapping on the glass. "Miss Harper?" It was him again. "I need to talk to you." I didn't respond. I just stayed on the line with the operator, trying to keep my voice steady as I gave them my address. The tapping continued for a few more seconds, then stopped. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. I filed another report, but again, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested I move if I felt unsafe. It felt unfair, but I knew they were right. I started looking for a new place the next day. I left that apartment 2 weeks later. On my last day there, as I was loading the last of my things into the car, I saw Mr. Gilbert standing in the window of his office, watching me. He didn't wave or smile this time. He just stared. I got in my car and drove away, and I haven't looked back since. I worked a late shift at a small diner on the edge of town. It's one of those places that's always a little too quiet at night, and you get used to the feeling of the place emptying out as the hours drag on. The kind of diner where you serve coffee to the same few faces and clean the counters while you wait for the clock to hit the time you can finally go home. It was a Thursday night. The usual quiet evening. I had just finished wiping down the last of the tables, and the few customers that had come in for dinner had already left. There were only a couple of hours left until closing time, and I was looking forward to going home and getting some sleep. It had been a long day. The diner was nearly empty, save for me and the sound of the dishwasher running in the back. It had started raining about an hour ago, just light enough to make the parking lot slick and shiny, but not heavy enough to make it difficult to see out the big windows. I had just locked the front door, checked the clock, and was preparing to do a final sweep when I noticed the headlights. At first, I thought maybe someone had come back for something they'd forgotten, or maybe it was just someone passing by. But then I saw the car was parked in the same spot for a good minute, the headlights still on, shining through the rain. The car wasn't moving. I glanced over to the window again, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever was inside, but I couldn't make out anything through the glare of the headlights. No movement. No sign of anyone. I froze for a moment, unsure if I should ignore it or go check. The lot was empty except for that car. No other vehicles around. No customers walking to or from their cars. It felt strange. The feeling crawled up the back of my neck like someone was standing just behind me, breathing too close. It's hard to describe, but something about it made me uneasy. I had worked the late shift countless times, but this was different. I waited a little longer, but the car didn't move. It just sat there, idling with the headlights on, barely lighting the small parking lot. I didn't know what to do. The other staff had already left for the night, and I was alone. Maybe they were waiting for someone? Maybe they needed help? But it was starting to get late, and I didn't want to deal with whatever this was. Eventually, I decided to step outside, just to see if anyone needed anything. Maybe I could just get them to leave and close up without any trouble. I grabbed my jacket from behind the counter, tucked my phone into my pocket, and walked toward the door. As I reached for the handle, I noticed something unusual. There was a note stuck to the outside of the door. Not just taped to the glass, but pressed directly onto it, like someone had purposely placed it there, just out of view. I stopped for a second, my hand frozen in midair, staring at it. The rain had already started to smear the ink on the outside of the window, but it was still legible enough to read. "We're watching." It was simple. No signature, no other message. Just those words. And the more I stared at it, the more I felt my stomach twist. The air in the diner seemed to grow colder, like I wasn't alone anymore. I stepped back from the door. I didn't know why I felt so scared. There was nothing physically threatening about the note, nothing that seemed like an immediate danger, but the feeling in my gut told me something was very, very wrong. Who would leave a note like that? And why now? My first thought was to lock the door and call the police. But when I turned back to the car, I saw something that made my heart drop. The headlights were still on, but there was no one inside. The car was completely empty. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was standing in the shadows, waiting for me to make my move. I slowly moved back to the counter, keeping my eyes on the parking lot, my breath coming faster than it should. The car was still there, but there was nothing else. No movement, no sign of anyone. It was just the rain and the silence. I wasn't sure what to do next. I felt stuck. If I called the police, what would I even tell them? That there was a note on the door? That someone was watching the diner from their car? I looked at the note again. The The words kept replaying in my head. We're watching. I felt ridiculous for even thinking about it. Who would do something like that? But something about the situation just felt off. The way the note was placed, the way the car was just sitting there, completely still, and the strange, suffocating silence that had taken over the diner. I didn't know who or what was out there, but I had a terrible feeling that I didn't want to find out. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and quickly dialed my best friend. I needed someone to talk to, even if it was just to calm my nerves. It rang a few times before she picked up. "Hey, what's up?" she asked, sounding half asleep. "Something's wrong," I said, my voice shaky. "There's a car parked outside, and there's this note on the door. It says..." "What does it say?" she interrupted, sounding more awake now. "We're watching," I said, almost whispering it, as if the words might somehow make the situation worse. There was silence on the other end for a moment. I didn't know if she was thinking I was overreacting or if she was as scared as I was. "Okay," she said, her voice now calm but serious. "Listen, just lock the door and stay inside. I'm calling the cops, all right? Don't open the door for anyone. Don't do anything until they get there." I hung up without saying anything else. My hands were trembling now, and I couldn't sit still. I didn't know what was happening or who had left that note, but the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. I locked the door, checked the back windows, and kept my phone in my hand, just in case. The minutes dragged on, every little noise in the diner making me jump. The rain was still coming down outside, but nothing changed. No cars drove by. No one knocked on the door. The parking lot stayed empty. About 10 minutes later, I saw the flashing lights from the police cars through the front window. They pulled into the lot, and I let out a breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. The officers got out, approached the car, and looked around, checking the area. I stepped back from the door, too scared to even look at them directly. When they knocked on the door, I unlocked it, and they came inside. They asked me to explain everything, and I showed them the note. They told me it was good I called and that they would check the area, but honestly, I don't think they believed me. They didn't find anything, no other cars, no one lurking in the rain. Just the empty car with its headlights still on, like someone had been waiting there forever. They told me to keep the doors locked and not to worry too much, that it was probably a prank, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. That note, those words, they hadn't felt like a joke. The rest of the night passed quietly. I didn't leave the diner until the morning, and when I went back the next night, everything was normal. The parking lot was empty, the lights were bright, and there was nothing unusual about the place. But I'll never forget that feeling. The one that told me someone had been watching me. I went on a solo trip last fall to explore some old camping spots. It wasn't my first time hiking alone, but this trip felt different from the start. I had always wanted to check out this particular spot, a cabin in the woods that was rumored to be abandoned. It wasn't on any maps, but a friend had mentioned it once, and I figured I could find it with just a little off-trail hiking. No one had been up there in years, or at least that's what I thought. I'd spent the day hiking and was starting to get tired by the time I found the cabin. It was small, made of wood, and looked like it had seen better days. The roof was half collapsed in places, and the windows were boarded up with old planks. Still, it seemed solid enough, and I figured I could take a break, eat something, and maybe even stay the night there if I felt like it. I stepped inside, and it was musty, but not too bad. There was a small table in the middle, some broken chairs scattered around, and the usual decay you'd expect from an old and used building. There were cobwebs everywhere, but the place was sheltered from the wind, so I decided it would make a decent spot to rest for a bit. I was sitting at the table, trying to drink some water and warm up when I noticed something pinned to the wall near the doorway. At first, I thought it was just old paper, maybe a forgotten note or something someone had left behind, but when I got closer, I realized it was more than that. It was a handwritten note, scrawled quickly but legibly. The words read, "You shouldn't have come here." I froze. My heart started racing, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I told myself I was overreacting. It was probably just something left by some other hiker, maybe someone who felt the need to leave a mark. Still, the message made me uneasy. I turned my attention back to the cabin, trying to shake off the weird feeling that had settled in. But then I saw another note, this one stuck to the wall near the window. I took a slow step forward and read it. "Leave now. You're being watched." I felt the blood drain from my face. I stood there for a moment, not knowing what to do. I was getting scared, but I tried to convince myself that it was just a prank or some weird coincidence. Maybe it was just some messed up person who liked to leave notes like this in abandoned places. I didn't want to leave, though. It was late, and the thought of walking back into the woods after dark was terrifying. I needed to calm down, so I took a deep breath and started looking around the cabin again. I looked at the small, makeshift bed in the corner, a few remnants of what looked like a camping stove on the floor, and then I saw something else. A map was pinned to the wall next to the door, underneath the second note. The map looked old, hand-drawn, with a series of red marks and lines drawn on it. It didn't make much sense at first, but something caught my eye. There was a trail marked with a red X near the bottom of the map, and another note was taped underneath it. I moved closer and read it. The writing was a bit messy now, like the person was getting more frantic, or maybe just annoyed. "If you follow the path, you will find what you're looking for. It will be waiting." I could feel the blood pounding in my ears. I didn't want to touch anything, but I couldn't help myself. I ran my finger over the map. The X on the map was near the area I had hiked through earlier in the day. It wasn't far. But why was it marked? Why did this person want me to go there? And who was leaving these notes? I glanced around the cabin, suddenly feeling like the walls were closing in. Something wasn't right, and I felt the overwhelming urge to leave. But before I could gather my things, I saw yet another note, this one pinned under the windowsill. I hesitated for a long moment, but finally, I forced myself to walk over and read it. "It's too late. They're already coming for you." My heart slammed against my chest, and I had no idea what to do. This wasn't just some random prank anymore. Whoever had written these notes knew I was here. They knew where I was. And they were telling me to leave, but I didn't know where to go. I grabbed my backpack, slammed it shut, and rushed to the door. As I stepped outside, I froze. For the first time, I could hear something. The quiet woods were gone. There was a rustling sound, not far from the cabin, like someone or something was moving around in the trees. My stomach twisted in knots. I turned back toward the cabin, trying to steady my breathing. My mind raced. Should I go back? Should I stay inside? But no, I couldn't. I couldn't stay there any longer. I bolted into the woods, not knowing where I was going, just running away from the cabin. My legs burned from the effort, and my mind wouldn't stop racing. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous, that I was overthinking it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I heard footsteps behind me. It sounded like someone was following, their steps too slow, too deliberate, matching my pace. I could feel them getting closer, but when I looked behind, there was no one there. I picked up the pace, stumbling through the trees, knowing I couldn't stop for a second. I kept running until I couldn't hear anything except my own breath. The darkness felt thicker than before, the trees closing in around me. Eventually, I found a trail that led to the main road and sprinted out of the woods. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was nothing following me anymore. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was safely driving down the road, away from the woods, away from that cabin, and away from whatever had been waiting there for me. I never went back to that place. I don't know who left those notes or what they wanted, but I know one thing for sure. It wasn't a coincidence. I won't be going back out there again. It was just supposed to be another night at the station. I'd done the graveyard shift for years, spinning songs for anyone who couldn't sleep or was out on the road. The station was empty, just me in the booth with my headphones and a mug of cold coffee. The studio lights were dim, the hum of the equipment was all I heard between songs, and the world outside felt 1,000 miles away. Quiet, just like I liked it. That night started off normal. I ran my usual segments, read the weather, made small talk with the mic, tried to keep my energy up. The station had this ancient phone line where listeners could call in. Most nights, I'd get maybe 1 or 2 people dialing, usually just to make a song request or try to win a t-shirt we've been giving away for years. But that night, around 2 in the morning, the phone rang. I picked it up, expecting some lonely trucker looking for company on the road or a night owl with a random song request. KXRF, you're on the air, I said, my usual line. The voice on the other end was low, quiet, like they were almost whispering. You're playing some good stuff tonight. Ah, thanks, I replied, a bit caught off guard. Anything you want to hear? The caller didn't answer that. There was a pause, long enough to make me uncomfortable. Then he said, I know you don't like the coffee there. It took me a second to process that. I glanced at my cup on the desk. It was one of those things I'd say sometimes on air to fill the silence, like when I joke about surviving off cold coffee. It wasn't something a regular listener would think to mention. Yeah, well, it's not exactly gourmet, I said, trying to laugh it off, but something about the silence on the line felt wrong. The caller just said, see you soon, and hung up. The line clicked dead before I could respond. I brushed it off, telling myself it was probably just some random weirdo, but that comment about the coffee stuck in my head. I shook it off and kept the show going. Maybe half an hour later, I forgot about it. I got back into the rhythm, the usual mix of old rock and a few top 40 hits thrown in, and by 3 in the morning, I was barely awake, counting down the minutes until my shift ended. Then the phone rang again. I answered, hesitating this time. KXRF, you're on the air, I said, keeping my voice steady. It was him again. I liked that last track you played, he said, and I recognized the voice right away. Glad you enjoyed it, I said slowly. Anything else I can put on for you? There was another pause, and I could almost feel him listening to my every breath. Do you still park out back? I nearly dropped the phone. Nobody should have known that. I'd mentioned driving an old beat-up sedan on air once, but I'd never talked about where I parked. I always parked out back by the alley, away from the front lights, just out of habit. Who is this? I demanded, feeling a bit of fear creep up my spine. He didn't answer, just laughed softly, then hung up again. This time, I put the phone down slowly, staring at it, feeling that eerie chill you get when something doesn't add up. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just some prank caller. But now, every little sound in the studio seemed louder, the walls seemed closer. The booth suddenly felt like a trap. I went to the window and glanced out at the parking lot, but there was nothing out there, just my car under a single streetlight, the rest of the alley swallowed in shadows. The rest of the hour went by painfully slow. Every time a song ended, I felt my skin prickle, half expecting the phone to ring again. But it stayed silent. Just me, my coffee, and the dim glow of the studio equipment keeping me company. I managed to shake off the fear, convincing myself I'd imagined the whole thing. But then, just before my shift was over, the phone rang again. I felt this tightness in my chest as I picked it up, like every muscle in my body was telling me not to answer. But I did, and as soon as I heard his voice, my blood went cold. "I saw you looking," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "You won't find me." "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know who I am," he said. And the worst part? The way he said it, like he'd been right there, watching me from the dark as I looked out into the empty lot. "Leave me alone, or I'm calling the police," I snapped. He chuckled softly. "They can't help you." I slammed the phone down, heart pounding, and locked the booth door out of instinct. It was a ridiculous thing to do, really. I was the only one in the building, and it was silent outside the booth. But that didn't stop me from feeling like I was being watched. Every creak and hum of the building felt magnified, like someone was breathing just out of sight. I didn't hear from him again that night. I waited, watching the clock until my shift ended, and when it was finally time to leave, I rushed out, barely looking over my shoulder. I kept expecting him to be standing out in the lot, watching me with that soft, knowing laugh. But there was no one there. I got in my car and drove home, still feeling his voice echoing in my head. I told myself it would be fine, that it was just some random guy trying to mess with me. But the next night, it started all over again. Just as the shift was settling in, the phone rang. I didn't even want to answer it, but I forced myself to pick up. "KXRF, I said, trying to sound as normal as possible. "Miss me?" His voice was soft, like he was speaking right into my ear. "You didn't park out back tonight." My heart nearly stopped. I had parked in the front that night, under the streetlight, hoping it would make me feel safer. I hadn't seen anyone around when I walked in, and yet somehow he knew. I wanted to scream, to tell him to leave me alone, but I was frozen. He kept calling, night after night. Sometimes he'd talk, telling me things he knew about me, details that were small, everyday things, like the color of my jacket or the type of sandwich I'd brought in. Sometimes he didn't say anything at all, just sat there breathing on the other end of the line. It was driving me insane. One night, I had enough. I went down to the basement where the phone lines connected, thinking I'd just pull the line and end it, at least for the night. I knew I'd get in trouble for it, but I couldn't take it anymore. But as I reached the basement, I froze. There, in the dim light, I saw something on the floor. A crumpled piece of paper. I picked it up, hands shaking. Written on it, in small, cramped handwriting, was a single line. "I told you I'd be close." I looked around, feeling my throat tighten. There was no one there, but I could feel it. Someone had been there, had left this for me. I backed away, heart racing, feeling like every shadow was hiding him, like he could be anywhere. I ran back upstairs, locked myself in the booth, and didn't leave until my shift was over. When I finally left that morning, the sun was just coming up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, somewhere close, maybe even in the building. I quit that job the next day. I don't know who he was, or how he knew so much, but I never wanted to find out. Every time I think about it, I can still hear his voice, low and soft, whispering in my ear. I don't know if he's still out there, waiting. I don't think I'll ever go back to find out. I worked the night shift at a mortuary. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and there was a kind of peace to it. You're alone with the dead, and they don't ask for much. Just keep things tidy, make sure paperwork's in order, and stay out of the way of grieving families. One night, it was around 2 a.m., and I was logging in entries in the visitor's book. Most people don't come by late at night unless it's an emergency, so I was surprised when the front door buzzer went off. It was a man, probably in his 50s, dressed in a dark jacket, cap pulled low over his face. He looked tired but calm. "I'm here to see my sister," he said, and he sounded quiet, kind of sad. I asked for her name, and he said, "Margaret." I flipped through the log, but there was no Margaret on the list, at least not in the last few weeks. I asked him to wait and went to check the records. It's not unusual for someone to come in, thinking they had permission to see a relative only to find out there was a mix-up with the paperwork. But there was no record of any Margaret. I went back to the desk, told him there wasn't anyone by that name here, and he just stared at me, looking confused. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I was here just last week." I double-checked. Nothing. He sighed, looked like he was thinking something over, and then he thanked me and left. I felt a little sorry for him, thinking maybe he was just confused, or maybe it was the stress of grief. People forget things, or think they remember something that didn't happen. But then he came back the next night. Same time, same tired look on his face. Same request. He didn't seem frustrated or anything, just determined. "I'm here to see my sister, Margaret," he said again, like the night before hadn't even happened. I checked the logs, even though I knew I'd find the same result. No Margaret. No record of anyone related to him. I told him the same thing as the night before, that there was no one here by that name. He just nodded slowly, looking disappointed, and walked out without another word. After that, he showed up every night. Always around 2 a.m., always asking to see his sister. He'd signed the visitor's log each time, but there was never any paperwork to back up his visit. And every night, I had to tell him the same thing. There was no one here by that name. I started feeling uneasy about it. There was something strange about the way he looked at me. He didn't argue or complain. He just had this look, this fixed stare, like he was waiting for me to say something different, like he thought I was hiding something from him. One night, after he left, I decided to go through the records again. I dug back, weeks, months. No one named Margaret had been here in ages. But his signature was in the visitor's log every night for the past week. Every night, same time. The next night, I was ready to tell him he couldn't come back. I figured he was some poor guy who'd gotten his wires crossed, or maybe he had memory issues. I was nervous when he showed up again, same routine, same tired look. But this time, he seemed different. His eyes were a little wild, darting around the room like he was looking for something or someone. He looked at me, almost pleading, and asked, "Are you sure?" "I know she's here. I just want to see her." I shook my head, tried to keep calm, but I felt something heavy settle in my chest. I told him no one by that name was here, that I checked. I could see his face tighten, his jaw clench. He didn't say anything, just nodded and laughed. but he looked back as he went out the door, and for a second, I thought I saw something in his eyes, a kind of anger. That was the first night I felt afraid. He didn't come the next night, and I thought maybe he'd finally gotten the message. But around 2 a.m., I went to log the entries, and I saw his signature there. Clear as day. Same looping scrawl, same time. I stared at it, trying to wrap my head around it. I hadn't seen him come in. The door buzzer hadn't gone off. I was the only one with a key, the only one on shift. But his name was in the log, just like it had been every night before. I checked the security footage, expecting to see him walk in like he always did. But there was nothing. Just me, sitting at the desk, the empty hallway behind me. I rewound, watched it again, trying to find something, anything. But there was no sign of him. The following night, I almost didn't want to go in, but I needed the job. I kept telling myself it was just a mistake, some kind of glitch, that I'd misremembered something. Around 2 a.m., the buzzer went off. I went to the door, and there he was, standing in the entryway. This time, he didn't even ask. He just stared at me, his eyes tired and dark, like he hadn't slept in weeks. "I know she's here," he whispered. "I know you're keeping her from me." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Sir," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "there's no one by that name here. You have to leave." He didn't move. Just kept staring, like he was waiting for me to break. I tried to explain again, said I'd checked the records, that there was no Margaret. But he just shook his head slowly, his eyes fixed on mine. "You don't understand," he whispered. "She's here. I saw her. I know she's here." I took a step back, feeling my heart race. "Please, you have to go," I said, louder this time. He didn't argue, didn't shout. Just looked at me, his face a mixture of sadness and anger, like he couldn't understand why I was lying to him. Then he turned and walked out, and I watched him disappear into the darkness outside. That was the last time I saw him. He never came back after that. But every night, at exactly 2 a.m., his signature would show up in the visitor's log, the same looping scrawl, as if he'd been there all along. I left the job not long after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, still looking for her, still waiting for someone to tell him the truth. And sometimes, late at night, I still feel like he's watching, like he's waiting for me to slip up, to finally tell him where she is. It was one of those perfect summer days when everything felt alive. I was at the annual street festival, a massive event filled with music, food stalls, and colorful lights. People bustled everywhere, laughter and chatter filling the air. I remember feeling lighthearted, enjoying the sights and sounds, as well as the vibrant atmosphere. I wandered through the crowd, sampling different foods, trying some spicy tacos and a funnel cake that was far too sweet but absolutely delicious. The festival was a blast, and I was glad I had decided to come. After a while, I noticed a man standing a few feet away. He was holding a camera, pointing it in my direction. I thought maybe he was a professional photographer capturing the festival. I waved, thinking nothing of it, but he didn't wave back. I brushed it off and continued to enjoy myself. I moved toward a group of musicians playing lively tunes, clapping along with the crowd. The music was infectious, and I lost myself in it, laughing with strangers, dancing a bit. But then I felt a strange sensation, like someone was watching me. I glanced back, and there was the same man, still standing there, still pointing the camera at me. He was not close, but he seemed to be adjusting his position to keep me in frame. It made me uncomfortable, but I told myself he was just capturing the festival. I turned away again, trying to shake off the unease. I walked deeper into the crowd, but after a few moments, I caught a glimpse of him again. He had moved again, still keeping a distance, but always in line with me. This time, I could feel my heart rate quickening. I didn't know what to think. I made my way toward a nearby food stand, hoping to lose him in the crowd. I ordered a lemonade, taking a moment to collect myself, but I could still see him through the throng of people. He had shifted to another spot but was still keeping an eye on me. It felt like he was intentionally tracking my movements. Feeling a mix of annoyance and fear, I decided to leave the stand and head toward a busier area, hoping the crowd would dissuade him. I walked past a group of children playing with balloons and noticed a couple dancing to a nearby band. I watched them for a moment, and when I turned to continue walking, there he was again. He had somehow maneuvered himself even closer. I could see the focus in his eyes, and it felt like he was waiting for something. I started to feel a heavy dread settling in my stomach. Why was he following me? Was he some kind of creep? I looked around, trying to find someone to talk to, anyone to help break the tension. I decided to leave the main festival area and headed toward a quieter section of the park. I figured that if I could just get some space, maybe I could shake him off. I took a long route, weaving through food stalls, and for a moment, I thought I was in the clear. I found a little alcove with benches and decided to sit down for a minute. But just as I got comfortable, I looked up and saw him again, standing at the edge of the shadows. He had a strange smile on his face as he continued to aim his camera at me. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. This was not just harmless photography, something was off about him. I stood up abruptly and walked away, my heart pounding. I could hear the distant sounds of music and laughter fading as I moved further away from the festival. I glanced back, and he was still there, his gaze fixed on me, never lowering the camera. I knew I had to confront him. I walked back toward the crowd, adrenaline rushing through me. I approached him directly and demanded to know what he wanted. He looked taken aback, as if I had interrupted his focus. "Why are you following me?" I asked, my voice shaking. He just smiled, still holding the camera, and finally spoke. "You have an interesting face." I felt a chill run down my spine. What did that mean? Was he just some oddball with a camera? I could feel anger rising, mixed with fear. I asked him again, "What do you want?" He hesitated, then shrugged. "Just taking pictures. I like people." I shook my head, backing away slowly. "This is not okay. You need to stop." He frowned slightly, lowering his camera for the first time, but he didn't move away. It was like he was gauging my reaction, waiting for me to turn my back. I felt trapped. I turned and headed back into the crowd, forcing myself to push through the throng of people, not daring to look back. I tried to keep moving, my heart racing, weaving through festival goers until I finally found a group of friends I recognized. They were laughing, oblivious to my distress. I joined them, forcing a smile on my face as I mingled, trying to appear calm. My friends surrounded me, and I felt safer, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept scanning the crowd, half expecting to see him lurking in the background, but I didn't. After a while, I began to relax, enjoying the festivities once more. I stayed with my friends until the sun began to set, and the festival started winding down. As I walked to my car with my friends, I felt relieved. I had made it through the night without incident. I couldn't stop thinking about that man and what his intentions were. I never saw him again, and I hoped I wouldn't. The festival was supposed to be a joyful experience, but it had turned into something sinister. Once I got into my car, I locked the doors, took a deep breath, and drove away, leaving that strange encounter behind. I moved to a new neighborhood last summer, looking for a fresh start after a tough year. The houses were charming, lined with trees, and there was a sense of community that I hoped would help me feel at home. I felt optimistic as I unloaded boxes from the moving truck, the sun shining brightly overhead. On my first evening, a neighbor came by. Her name was Linda, an older woman with a warm smile and a kind demeanor. She brought over a plate of cookies, freshly baked. "Welcome to the neighborhood," she exclaimed, her voice bright. I thanked her, happy to meet someone friendly. The cookies were delicious, and we chatted for a while. I felt good, thinking this might be the start of something nice. The next day, a man named Tom knocked on my door. He was in his 40s, tall, with a friendly face. He introduced himself and handed me a small potted plant. "It's a gift for you. Just a little something to brighten your home," he said. I appreciated the gesture, though it felt a bit odd. I had never received gifts from neighbors before. Over the next week, more neighbors came by. A couple down the street gave me a bottle of wine, while another family offered me homemade jam. I started to feel a little overwhelmed. Each gift was thoughtful, yet there was something about the frequency and personal nature of these gestures that made me uncomfortable. I had just moved in, and I hardly knew any of them. I tried to be polite and accept their kindness. Yet, I noticed how they seemed to know a bit too much about me. One neighbor, Sarah, asked about my job as if she had been following my social media. I had barely shared anything with anyone. I brushed it off, thinking it was just friendly curiosity. But the way they spoke made me uneasy. As the days passed, the gifts kept coming. A fruit basket appeared on my porch one morning. Another day, I found a handmade quilt draped over my mailbox. Each time I returned home, it felt like I was stepping into a strange world. Their gestures were meant to be warm, but it began to feel suffocating. One evening, as I sat on my porch, Tom came over again. He stood too close and asked me personal questions about my life. "Do you have any family nearby? Friends?" I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I answered politely but kept my distance. I just wanted to enjoy the quiet, but he did not seem to take the hint. That weekend, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I thought a stroll would help me feel more settled. As I walked through the neighborhood, I noticed Linda was in her garden. She waved and shouted, "Come over for a glass of lemonade." I hesitated but felt it would be rude to refuse. I walked over, thinking a quick chat would be harmless. When I arrived, she was preparing a large pitcher. Her yard was filled with colorful flowers, and it felt almost too perfect. As we sat on her porch, she asked me about my childhood. It was strange to talk about my past with someone I barely knew. As I finished my drink, I noticed how Linda seemed to hang on to my every word, her eyes wide with interest. "You know, you should come to our neighborhood barbecue next week," she suggested. "Everyone will be there. It will be fun." I smiled politely but did not commit. I wanted to step back from all of this. That night, I received a text from Tom. He asked if I would join him for coffee the next day. I had never given him my number. It sent a chill down my spine. I replied, saying I was busy, hoping he would understand. The next day, I found a note taped to my door from Sarah. "Missed you at the garden party yesterday. We will have to catch up soon." It felt invasive. I had no idea what garden party she was talking about. I considered packing my things and leaving, but I did not want to seem dramatic. As I tried to distance myself, the gifts only increased. A knitted scarf appeared on my porch. Another time, I found a box of chocolates left outside my door. Each time, I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. I tried to avoid them, but they would often stop by. It felt as if I was trapped in a bizarre social web. One afternoon, I returned home to find a small group of neighbors waiting on my porch. They were all smiles, holding plates of food. "Surprise!" they shouted. They had prepared a welcome feast. I stood there, stunned. I appreciated their intentions, but it felt overwhelming. I just wanted space, a moment to breathe. I attempted to express my gratitude, but also my need for privacy. "Thank you, everyone, but I think I need some time to settle in. It is all very kind, but it is a bit much." They nodded, but I saw a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. I thought that would be enough, but the next day, I found Linda waiting outside my house, holding a casserole. "Just wanted to check on you," she said cheerfully. I felt trapped. I thanked her, taking the dish without looking her in the eyes. I returned inside, the casserole in my hands feeling like a weight. I locked the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. It was becoming clear to me that my attempts to withdraw only seemed to pull them closer. The following week, I went grocery shopping in another town, hoping for a little anonymity. As I pushed my cart through the aisles, I felt a sense of relief. It was a small escape from the constant reminders of my neighbors. But as I turned a corner, I nearly bumped into Tom. He grinned widely, as if he had been expecting me. "Fancy seeing you here. We should grab lunch sometime," he said, his tone cheerful. Panic rushed through me. "I really need to get going," I replied quickly. I could feel my heart pounding as I rushed past him, the feeling of being hunted creeping back. I had to get away from this all. That night, I sat in my living room, trying to gather my thoughts. I could not shake the feeling that the situation was escalating. My phone buzzed. It was a group message from my neighbors. They planned a big welcome party for me. The date was set for the following weekend. I felt my stomach drop. I spent the next few days preparing to escape. I packed essentials and arranged for a friend to help me move. I had to leave this place before it consumed me. I did not want to confront them. I wanted to slip away unnoticed. On the day of the party, I felt a mix of fear and relief as I loaded my car. I glanced at the house, expecting to see them gathering outside, but it was quiet. I drove away, feeling the weight lift with each mile. I did not look back. Once I reached my friend's place, I felt free again. The stress melted away as I settled in, knowing I had made the right choice. It was strange to leave so suddenly, but I knew I could not stay in that neighborhood. It was too much, too overwhelming. Eventually, I found a new apartment, far from those well-meaning but intrusive neighbors. I could breathe again, without the feeling of being watched. I learned that kindness can sometimes feel like a cage, and it was better to choose solitude than be surrounded by a crowd that would not let go. It started with a small box, no bigger than my hand, left on my doorstep one Saturday morning. No note, no return address, just a plain, unmarked cardboard box sitting there when I opened my door to grab the mail. At first, I thought it was a mistake, something delivered to the wrong house, but when I picked it up, there was no name on it. Nothing written on it at all. I'm used to getting deliveries, who isn't these days? But this was different. No company logo, no tracking number. Just there. I figured maybe it was from a neighbor, someone who thought it was mine and dropped it off. I shrugged and brought it inside. Inside the box, there was an old, rusted key. Nothing else. Just the key. I stared at it for a while, confused. It wasn't a key I recognized, certainly not to my house or anything I owned. I checked the bottom of the box, thinking maybe there'd be a note or something to explain where it came from, but there was nothing. I was creeped out, but I told myself it was probably some weird mistake. People get stuff like that all the time, right? I left it on my kitchen counter and went about my day, trying not to think about it. But the thought kept creeping back in. I mean, why would someone send me a random key? What was it for? A few days passed, and I almost forgot about the whole thing. But then, another package showed up. Same plain cardboard box, same spot on my doorstep. No markings, no return address. This one was bigger, about the size of a shoebox. By then, I was feeling uneasy. This wasn't just a one-off mistake. Someone was leaving these packages for me, and I had no idea why. I brought it inside, and I hesitated for a moment before opening it. Inside was something I recognized immediately, an old sweater I'd lost months ago. I had looked everywhere for it and eventually gave up, figuring I must have left it somewhere or accidentally donated it. But here it was, folded neatly inside this unmarked box. I felt a chill run down my spine. How did they get this? And why return it now, like this? My first thought was that maybe someone found it and was returning it. But then why not just leave a note? Why all the mystery? I checked my front yard, looked down the street, even peeked around the side of my house. Nothing. No one in sight. I sat in my living room for a while, just staring at the box and the sweater, trying to wrap my head around what was happening. I didn't feel like I was in danger, not yet, but it was unsettling, to say the least. A week went by without any new packages, and I started to relax. I almost convinced myself that it was some weird coincidence, or maybe a prank. But then, one night, when I came home from work, there was another box waiting for me. This one was different. Bigger than the last two. Heavier. I didn't even want to bring it inside. I stood on the porch for what felt like forever, staring at it, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I shouldn't open it, but I also knew I couldn't just leave it there. I took a deep breath, grabbed it, and went inside. I sat at my kitchen table with the box in front of me, hands shaking as I cut through the tape. When I opened the lid, I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. Inside was a framed photo of me, sitting on my couch in my living room. It was taken from outside my house, through the window. I dropped the box and backed away, my heart racing. This wasn't just some prank. Someone had been in my yard. Someone had been watching me. I rushed to the window and yanked the curtains closed, my mind racing. Who was doing this? And why? I double-checked that all the doors were locked, that the windows were shut tight. I couldn't breathe. I didn't sleep that night. Every noise, every creak had me on edge. I sat on the couch with my phone in my hand, ready to call someone if I heard anything out of the ordinary. But the house was quiet, too quiet. Like I was waiting for something to happen. The next day, I called the police. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but I knew I had to report it. They came over, looked at the boxes, and asked me a bunch of questions. But there wasn't much they could do. No fingerprints, no leads. They told me to call if it happened again and to stay vigilant. It did happen again. 2 days later, another box. This time, I didn't even want to open it. I stared at it for hours, my stomach in knots. But I knew I couldn't ignore it. Whoever was doing this wasn't going to stop. I had to know what they wanted. Inside the box was something I hadn't noticed was missing, a pair of earrings I used to wear all the time. I hadn't seen them in months and assumed I'd misplaced them. But here they were, neatly placed inside the box, like someone had been in my house and taken them without me knowing. I felt sick. How long had this been going on? How many other things had disappeared without me noticing? I searched the house, looking for anything else that seemed out of place, but everything else seemed normal. I didn't know what to do. The police couldn't help, and I didn't have any clues to go on. I thought about staying at a friend's place, but I didn't want to drag anyone else into this. I started leaving all the lights on at night, checking the locks obsessively, but it didn't help. The fear followed me everywhere. The packages kept coming. Little things at first, more personal items that had gone missing, old letters, a photo from my childhood. Each time, it felt like whoever was doing this was getting closer, like they were taunting me. The breaking point came about a month later. I came home one evening, exhausted from work, and found another box waiting for me. This one was different. It was larger than any of the others, heavy and awkward to carry inside. I didn't want to open it. I knew something was wrong. But I had to know. I had to see what was inside. When I finally opened the box, my blood ran cold. It was a blanket from my bed, the one I had slept under the night before. I dropped the box, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone had been in my house while I was sleeping. Someone had been watching me, moving around my home while I lay there, completely unaware. I didn't know what to do. I called the police again, but they didn't have any answers. They said they'd patrol the area, but I knew that wouldn't be enough. Whoever was doing this wasn't going to stop. They were getting bolder. That night, I couldn't sleep. I barricaded myself in my bedroom, with a chair wedged under the door handle, clutching my phone in my hand. Every little sound made me jump. I was certain they were coming back. Around 3 a.m., I heard something outside. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. I froze, barely breathing, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped just outside my front door. I heard a soft scraping sound, like someone was dragging something across the porch. Then silence. I waited for what felt like hours, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I worked up the courage to check the window. There was another box on the porch, larger than any of the others. I didn't open it. I didn't want to know what was inside. The next morning, I packed up and left. I couldn't stay there anymore. Whoever had been doing this had crossed a line. They were inside my house, in my life, and I had no idea how to stop them. I moved out of the house a week later, never looked back. I don't know who it was, or why they targeted me. I still get paranoid sometimes, wondering if they'll find me again. But I'm safe, for now. At least, I hope I am. I was at the train station late one night, around 11:30. I remember the time because I kept looking at my watch, hoping the train would just get here already. The station was completely empty. Not a single person around except for me. It was cold, and the kind of silence that settles in the middle of the night made it worse somehow. The lights above flickered a bit, but that's normal for a place like this. I was standing on the platform, waiting for the last train. I had to work late, and by the time I got to the station, all the buses had stopped running. I didn't have much of a choice. I'd taken the late train before, and nothing ever happened. It's always empty, just a few people minding their own business. I paced back and forth, checking the time on my phone, hoping it wouldn't get delayed. I looked down the platform and noticed someone standing there, at the far end, just barely in the light. I hadn't heard them come up. They were just there. I figured it was just another person waiting for the train, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The figure was facing me, but they weren't moving. Just standing still, staring. I couldn't make out any details because of the distance, but I could feel their eyes on me. The platform stretched out in both directions, with no real way to go except forward or back toward the station entrance. And that person was at the far end, blocking one way. I thought about walking back to the entrance, but it would have meant turning my back to them, and something about that made me uncomfortable. So I stayed where I was, trying not to look directly at them, but it was hard not to. My heart started racing a little, though I tried to tell myself it was nothing. They were probably just waiting for the train like I was. A few minutes passed, maybe longer, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I looked again, and that person was still there, hadn't moved an inch. Not one step. I could have sworn they were closer now, though. Like they'd shifted just slightly. I wasn't sure. I pulled my phone out, pretending to scroll through it, but my eyes kept flicking back to the figure. The train wasn't due for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes felt like forever at that moment. I told myself to relax, to just keep cool and wait it out. People wait for trains, that's what they do, I thought. No big deal. But then the figure started to move. At first, it was just a step. Slow, deliberate. Then another step. They were walking toward me, not fast but steady. I froze, not knowing what to do. There was no one else on the platform, just me and this person. I wanted to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe they were just coming closer for the train. Maybe they wanted to ask for the time. But they didn't stop. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, my hands starting to sweat. I glanced behind me, toward the exit, but it was a long way back. I was too far down the platform. The figure kept coming, their steps quickening. Panic hit me then, hard. I could see the shape of him now, a man, tall, with broad shoulders. I couldn't see his face clearly under the flickering lights, but I could feel his eyes locked on me. He started moving faster, his pace picking up until he was practically jogging. That's when I knew this wasn't normal. This wasn't just some guy walking toward the train. This guy was coming for me. I backed up, looking for anywhere to go, anywhere to hide, but the platform was wide open. I was exposed, nowhere to go except the edge of the tracks. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. The only thing between me and him was the empty space of the platform, and he was closing the gap fast. I looked down the track, hoping to see the train lights, praying for them to appear, but the tunnel was dark. No sign of the train. I didn't have time to think anymore. He was running now, full on sprinting toward me, his feet pounding against the concrete. I could hear it, each step getting louder and louder. I took a step back, my legs stiff with fear. Then I turned and ran, but there was nowhere to go. I couldn't make it to the exit in time. He'd catch me before I got halfway there. My only chance was to jump down onto the tracks and try to cross to the other platform. It was risky, but it was all I could think of. I reached the edge of the platform and looked down. The tracks were deeper than they seemed, and I hesitated for just a second, but that second cost me. I heard him behind me, getting closer. His footsteps were right there. I could feel him almost breathing down my neck. I jumped. The fall wasn't graceful. I hit the gravel hard, stumbling as I landed, but I managed to stay on my feet. I could hear him above me now, shouting something I couldn't make out, his voice hoarse and angry. He was right there, at the edge of the platform, looking down at me. I didn't look up at his face, didn't want to see it. I ran along the tracks, my legs burning, the cold air cutting through me. My shoes slipped on the metal rails, and I almost fell. I could hear him drop down onto the tracks behind me. He was following me, not stopping, not giving up. His footsteps were heavy, crunching the gravel under his weight. I could see the lights of the train now, far down the tunnel, but it was coming. Relief washed over me, but I wasn't safe yet. The train was still a ways off, and I was stuck on the tracks. I had to get off before it reached me. I scrambled to the opposite platform, trying to climb back up. My hands slipped on the cold concrete, and I couldn't get a good grip. My fingers were numb, shaking. I felt the man's presence behind me, getting closer. He wasn't running anymore, just walking toward me, slow, like he had all the time in the world. Like he knew I couldn't get away. I forced myself up, pulling with everything I had, and finally managed to get back onto the platform. My knees hit the concrete hard, but I didn't stop. I got up and ran toward the exit, not looking back. The train was pulling in as I reached the stairs. I heard it screeching to a stop, the doors opening, the rush of air as it slowed down. I kept running, my feet barely touching the ground. I didn't stop until I was back at the station entrance, where there were lights, and people, and safety. I don't know if he followed me all the way. I don't know if he got on the train. I didn't look back. But I never took the late-night train again. I didn't really know what I was getting into when I decided to camp out there alone. I'd gone camping before, but never by myself. I figured it would be a good way to clear my head for the weekend. Just me, the trees, and some quiet. The site I picked wasn't far off the beaten path, about a 20-minute hike from where I'd parked the car. It wasn't an official campsite, just a clearing I'd found on a trail map. I liked that. The idea of being away from people, out in the middle of nowhere. The first night was fine. I set up the tent, started a fire, cooked some food. Everything felt peaceful. The woods were calm, and the sounds of the night animals were kind of comforting. I spent a few hours by the fire, just watching the flames, listening to the crackling, enjoying the stillness around me. It was dark, but not too dark. The moon was bright enough to light up the clearing. I stayed up until the fire started to die down, then crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and fell asleep without much trouble. I don't know what woke me up the next morning. I didn't hear anything, didn't feel anything, but something was off. You know how sometimes you just get that feeling, like something's not quite right? That's what it was. I woke up with this weird sense that something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. It was quiet, too quiet for morning in the woods. Usually, there'd be birds, maybe some rustling, but it was dead silent. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake the grogginess. The sun was up, but it hadn't been long. The fire pit was cold, no embers left, just some charred logs and ash. I looked around, and that's when I saw it. There was a mark on the side of my tent. At first, I thought maybe it was just dirt or something, but when I got closer, I realized it wasn't natural. It was a symbol, scratched into the fabric with something sharp, like a knife. It was about the size of my hand, and it looked like an X, but with these weird curls coming off the ends, almost like claws. I knelt down, running my fingers over it, trying to figure out how it got there. My heart started pounding a little. I knew for a fact that Mark wasn't there when I set up the tent. I would have noticed it. It was deep enough that I should have heard something during the night, but I hadn't. No sounds, no footsteps, nothing. Someone had been out here, near my tent, while I was asleep. I stood up and scanned the clearing, but everything looked normal. No sign of anyone. Just the trees, the dirt, the fire pit. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably just some prank. Maybe someone had passed through the woods during the night, saw my tent, and decided to mess with me. That had to be it. No big deal, right? But the more I thought about it, the less sense that made. The mark wasn't random. It wasn't like someone had just scribbled on my tent. It was precise, like they'd taken their time with it. I felt that uneasy knot in my stomach growing, but I forced myself to keep it together. I decided to pack up and leave. No point in sticking around if someone was messing with me. I threw everything into my backpack, not bothering to fold up the tent properly, just stuffing it in as fast as I could. I wanted to get out of there, get back to my car, and go home. But when I got to my car, the tires were slashed. All 4 of them. Deep cuts, like someone had taken a knife and just stabbed right through the rubber. My heart sank. I stood there, staring at the car, my mind racing. I was in the middle of nowhere, no cell signal, no way to call for help. Even if I tried to walk back to the main road, it would take hours, and there was no guarantee anyone would pass by. I wasn't thinking straight. I should have been scared, but I was more angry than anything. Who the hell would do something like this? What kind of person follows someone into the woods just to mess with their car, mess with their tent? I turned around and started heading back to the campsite, figuring I'd at least grab the rest of my stuff. Maybe I could try to walk to a ranger station, or at least find somewhere with a signal. But when I got back to the clearing, I stopped dead in my tracks. The tent was open. The zipper was pulled all the way down, and my sleeping bag was dragged halfway out, like someone had been rummaging through it. I hadn't left it like that. I was sure of it. I backed up, my heart pounding now, adrenaline kicking in. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Should I hide? Run? But where would I go? I was in the middle of the woods, miles from anyone. That's when I heard the sound. It was faint, but it was there. Footsteps, crunching leaves, coming from somewhere behind the trees. Slow, deliberate, like someone was trying to be quiet but wasn't quite succeeding. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound was getting closer. I didn't wait to find out who it was. I grabbed my backpack, the one thing I had left, and bolted. I didn't care which direction I went, I just needed to get away. My legs were moving faster than they ever had, but the trees seemed to close in around me, making it harder to move. I could hear the footsteps behind me, still there, still following. I didn't stop running until I couldn't hear the footsteps anymore. My lungs were burning, my legs shaking, but I didn't dare stop. I kept going, weaving through the trees, trying to find my way back to the trail, back to the car. I wasn't even thinking straight at this point, just running on pure instinct. When I finally made it back to the trail, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. I listened, straining to hear any sign of footsteps, but it was quiet again. Too quiet. The woods felt wrong, like they were watching me. I stayed there for a while, trying to catch my breath, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't go back to the car, not with the tires slashed. I didn't want to go back to the campsite either. Whoever was out there, they knew I was alone. They knew I couldn't leave. Eventually, I started walking, sticking to the trail, hoping it would lead me somewhere, anywhere. I don't know how long I walked, but it felt like hours. My legs were numb, my mind blank, just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. When I finally reached the main road, I almost cried. There was no one around, but I knew I was closer to help. I followed the road, sticking to the shoulder, keeping an eye out for any cars. It was a long walk, but eventually, a pickup truck came down the road, and I waved it down. The driver was an older guy, probably in his 50s, with a kind face. He asked if I needed help, and I just nodded, too exhausted to explain everything. He gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I finally managed to call for help. I never found out who it was. The police said they'd look into it, but they didn't seem too concerned. Probably just kids, they said. But I know what I heard, what I saw. Someone was out there, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I haven't been camping since. I had always liked small-town fairs. There's something about the smell of fried food, the bright lights, and the noise of the crowds that makes you feel like a kid again. This year, I was traveling for work, and I found myself in one of those towns that barely shows up on a map. It just so happened they were having their annual fair, and since I didn't have much else to do, I decided to check it out. The fairgrounds were on the edge of town, a big open field with a few rides, game booths, and a stage where a local band was playing. It wasn't as flashy as the big city fairs, but it had its own charm. There were families with kids running around, couples holding hands, and groups of teenagers laughing and shoving each other near the bumper cars. I bought a ticket at the gate and wandered in, figuring I'd grab something to eat and maybe try a few games. As I walked past a booth where a man was calling out for people to win a stuffed bear, I noticed him. A man standing off to the side, just outside the main crowd. He wasn't doing anything, just watching. His face was pale, almost sickly, and he wore a long coat that seemed too heavy for the warm night. His eyes were fixed on me. It was the kind of stare that makes you uncomfortable, like he knew something about me that I didn't. I shrugged it off, telling myself he was probably just some guy zoning out, and went to get a corn dog. I spent the next hour or so wandering around the fair, trying out some of the games and watching the rides. I even went on the Ferris wheel, which gave me a good view of the whole place. It was nice, peaceful even. But every now and then, I caught sight of that man again. He wasn't close, but he was there. Always just far enough away that I couldn't really make out his face, but I knew it was him. The coat, the way he stood, arms hanging at his sides. Watching. It started to get to me after a while. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following me. I told myself it was just paranoia, that it was a small fair and it made sense to see the same people more than once. But as the night went on, it got harder to ignore. Every time I turned around, he was there. Not saying anything, not getting closer. Just standing still, staring. I tried to lose myself in the crowd, moving between rides and booths, but no matter where I went, he was there. I tried going into the funhouse, figuring the mirrors and dark corners would throw him off, but when I came out, he was waiting near the exit, standing next to a group of teenagers who seemed completely unaware of him. I started to get this tight feeling in my chest, like the walls were closing in. It wasn't crowded anymore. Families were heading home, and the groups of teenagers had thinned out. The fair was winding down, and most people were near the stage, watching the band. The farther I got from the main area, the quieter it got, until it was just me and the hum of the rides in the distance. That's when I saw him again, only this time, he wasn't just watching. He was moving toward me. I stopped walking, my heart pounding. He was coming straight for me, his hands shoved into the pockets of his coat. His face was still hard to make out in the dim light, but I could see enough. His eyes were locked on me, his mouth set in a grim line. I turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction, trying to keep my pace steady. I didn't want to run, not yet, not until I was sure. But I could hear him behind me, his footsteps crunching in the dirt, getting faster. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I knew. He was running. I broke into a sprint, dodging between the booths and trying to head back toward the entrance. But the lights from the fair seemed farther away now, like the whole place had shifted while I wasn't looking. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were moving through water. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I turned a corner and found myself in a part of the fairground that hadn't been set up with booths or rides. It was just empty space, dark and quiet. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I slowed down, trying to listen. I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore, but I knew he was close. I looked around, trying to find a way out, but there was nothing. Just shadows and silence. Then I heard it, soft at first, like the wind moving through the grass. But it wasn't the wind. It was his voice. "You shouldn't have come here." The words were low, almost a whisper, but they sent a chill down my spine. I didn't know where he was, but he was close. Too close. I started backing up, my eyes scanning the darkness, trying to find him. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. He was standing just a few feet away, half hidden in the shadows. His face was twisted in a sneer, and his eyes were wild. "I just want to go," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't want any trouble." He didn't answer, just took a step toward me. I stumbled back, my hands shaking, and nearly fell. I had to get out of there, but every direction I looked seemed like a dead end. The fair was just a distant blur of lights now, too far away. He took another step, then another. His hands came out of his pockets, and I saw the glint of something metal in the dim light. A knife. I didn't think. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for, but it felt like hours. My legs were burning, my lungs felt like they were going to burst, but I kept going. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding the ground, getting closer. I rounded a corner and saw the lights of the fair again, the sound of the band echoing in the distance. I wasn't far now, but my legs felt like lead. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear. I had to make it. I burst out of the dark, back into the main area of the fair. There were still people around, still enough light and noise to make me feel like I had a chance. I kept running, not stopping until I reached the entrance. The ticket booth was empty now, and the gates were wide open. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was still behind me. I got to my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the keys out of my pocket. I fumbled with the lock, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting him to appear out of the darkness. But he didn't. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the lights of the fair lawn behind me. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just some local who didn't like outsiders, or maybe he was something worse. But I didn't care. I was safe now, and that was all that mattered. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes, or the way he whispered those words, like he was daring me to run. Like he knew I wouldn't make it out. I was driving alone on a long stretch of highway, the kind where you don't see another car for miles. The trip was supposed to be a straight shot, but I'd left later than I planned and ended up driving through the night. I didn't mind at first. It was quiet, peaceful even. But as the hours dragged on, my eyelids got heavier, and I knew I needed a break. It was close to midnight when I saw the lights of a diner ahead. There wasn't much else around, just empty road and darkness, so the glowing sign felt like a relief. Darlene's Diner, it said. It looked like the kind of place that probably hadn't changed in decades. Old neon sign, a row of booths along the windows, and a counter with swivel stools. I pulled into the lot, the gravel crunching under my tires, and parked near the entrance. Inside, the place was mostly empty, except for a few people scattered at the tables. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in, and a woman behind the counter immediately smiled at me. Too wide, like she'd been waiting for me. "Evening, hon," she said, her voice sugary sweet. "Just you tonight?" I nodded and took a seat at one of the booths by the window. It was quieter in there than I expected. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. The air felt heavy, like the whole place was holding its breath. The woman behind the counter, Darlene, I guess from the sign, came over with a menu, but I didn't need to look at it. I just wanted coffee, something to keep me awake. "Just coffee, please," I said. She gave me another too-wide smile and headed back behind the counter. I glanced around, feeling uneasy for reasons I couldn't quite explain. There were maybe 4 other people in the diner, all sitting at different tables. None of them were eating. In fact, they weren't doing anything at all. Just sitting there, staring ahead, their eyes blank. I tried not to make eye contact with them, but it was hard not to notice. One man sat in a booth across from me, his hands resting on the table, completely still. His eyes didn't move, didn't blink. He was staring directly at me. I shifted in my seat, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Darlene came back with my coffee, setting it down in front of me with a soft clink. I tried to give her a polite smile, but it felt forced. The whole place was off, like stepping into a dream where nothing quite makes sense. "Where are you headed?" Darlene asked, lingering by my table. "Just passing through," I said, taking a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and lukewarm, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. She nodded slowly, like she knew more than she was letting on. Not many folks come through here this time of night. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and glanced out the window, hoping the conversation would end. The diner's parking lot was empty except for my car, and beyond that was just darkness. No other buildings, no streetlights. Just the road disappearing into the black. I started to feel trapped, like the walls were closing in on me. The silence in the diner was deafening now, the air heavy with something I couldn't name. I glanced back at the other customers, and my stomach turned when I realized they were all looking at me. Every single one of them. Their faces were blank, but their eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. I looked down at my coffee, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was just tired, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But when I looked up again, they were still staring. "Everything all right, hon?" Darlene's voice made me jump. She was standing behind the counter, her hands resting on it as she watched me closely. Too closely. "I'm fine," I said, my voice a little shaky. "I think I'll get the check." Her smile didn't falter, but something changed in her eyes. She didn't move. "You sure you don't want anything to eat? We make a great pie." "No, I'm good, really," I said, standing up quickly. I grabbed my jacket, ready to leave. But when I turned toward the door, my heart stopped. The door was locked. I hadn't noticed it when I came in, but now there was a heavy chain looped through the handles, secured with a padlock. I turned back to Darlene, my mouth dry. "Why is the door locked?" She didn't answer right away, just kept smiling at me like nothing was wrong. "Oh, don't worry about that. It's for your own safety. Lots of strange folks out on the road at night." I took a step back, my pulse racing. "I think I'd like to go now." Darlene tilted her head, her smile never leaving her face. "You haven't finished your coffee." I looked around, desperate for a way out. The other customers hadn't moved, still sitting there like mannequins, their eyes locked on me. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice steady. "Unlock the door." Darlene didn't move. Instead, she walked over to the counter, her heels clicking on the tile, and picked up a phone. She held it in her hand, watching me. "I'll just give our friend a call. He'll want to know you're here." I didn't wait to hear the rest. I bolted for the back of the diner, hoping there was another exit. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing. There had to be a way out. There had to be. I ran past the kitchen, the smell of grease and old food hanging in the air, and pushed open a door that led to a narrow hallway. At the end of it, I saw a door marked exit. I nearly cried with relief as I sprinted toward it. But when I reached it and pushed on the handle, it didn't budge. The door was locked, just like the front. Panic set in, real and sharp. I pounded on the door, hoping maybe someone outside could hear me, but I knew it was pointless. There was no one around for miles. I turned around, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway. It was one of the men from the diner, the one who had been sitting closest to me. He was walking toward me, his face blank, his eyes fixed on mine. "Darlene says you should come back," he said, his voice flat, emotionless. I backed away, my hands fumbling for something, anything to defend myself with. But there was nothing. Just a dead end and a locked door. He kept coming, his eyes never leaving mine. I didn't know what he was going to do, but I wasn't going to wait to find out. I ran past him, back into the diner, hoping maybe I could smash a window or find something heavy to break the lock on the door. But when I got back to the front, Darlene was waiting for me, her smile gone now, replaced with something colder, darker. She was holding a set of keys in her hand, dangling them in front of her like bait. "You're not leaving until he gets here," she said, her voice low. "You might as well sit down." I felt the room spinning, my vision narrowing. Who was he? What did they want with me? I didn't care. I just wanted out. Without thinking, I grabbed a chair and swung it at the window, shattering the glass. The sound was deafening, but I didn't stop to look back. I climbed through the broken window, cutting my hands on the shards, and ran to my car. The gravel crunched under my feet as I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with blood and sweat. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and peeled out of the lot, not daring to look back. As I sped down the highway, the diner's lights disappeared into the distance, swallowed by the darkness. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. I had always wanted to escape the city for a while, just to breathe and find some quiet. So, when I discovered a quaint cottage for rent in the countryside, I booked it without hesitation. The pictures looked idyllic, with rolling hills and a small stream nearby. I imagined peaceful mornings with coffee and afternoons spent wandering. I was excited to finally take a break. When I arrived, the cottage was even more charming than I had expected. It had wooden beams and a fireplace that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale. The owner met me to hand over the keys. He was a friendly older man, his face lined with years of sun and smiles. He told me to make myself at home, that I could explore the grounds, and even showed me a little garden behind the cottage. Everything felt perfect. The first night was serene. I cooked dinner and sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of nature outside. I fell asleep easily, wrapped in the warmth of the blanket and the quiet around me. The next day was much the same, filled with light and the fragrance of wildflowers. I went for a long walk, enjoying the stillness, taking pictures of everything that caught my eye. As the sun dipped low in the sky, I settled down again, feeling completely at peace. That night, however, things began to change. I woke up to an odd sound, a scratching noise coming from somewhere above. It was faint, but it pulled me from my sleep. I listened closely, trying to determine what it was. It sounded like something was moving, shifting, or perhaps even scraping against wood. My heart began to race. I told myself it was just the old house settling. But the sounds continued. They came and went, like whispers in the night. I tried to ignore it, turning over and burying my head in the pillow. Yet, the scratching persisted, and I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. I looked at the clock. It was almost 3 in the morning. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, I hesitated before getting out of bed. The scratching had stopped, but I still felt uneasy. I decided I needed to ask the owner about it. Maybe there was some explanation. I drove to the small shop in the village where he worked. He was behind the counter, sorting through items. "Hello again," he said, smiling as I approached. "How was your first night?" I smiled back but could not hide the concern in my voice. "I heard some strange noises coming from the attic last night. Is there a way to check?" He frowned. "Attic? There is no attic in that cottage. Just the main floor and a small basement." I stared at him, puzzled. "No attic? But I heard something up there. It sounded like something was moving." He shrugged, a slight laugh escaping his lips. "Old houses make noises. It is probably just the wind or some critter outside. Do not worry about it." I wanted to feel reassured, but I did not. I thanked him and left the shop, feeling the unease grow inside me. That evening, I returned to the cottage. I tried to relax, reminding myself of the beauty of the countryside and the reason I had come. I cooked a simple meal and settled in front of the fire, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. As night fell, I heard the sounds again. The scratching, the scuffling. It felt closer this time. I wrapped a shawl around my shoulders, trying to summon courage. I moved from the living room toward the staircase, every creak of the floorboards echoing in the stillness. The sound seemed to come from above, more insistent now, almost angry. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring into the darkness. "Hello?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer came, just the persistent scratching. I took a deep breath and ascended the steps slowly. Each step creaked under my weight, the sound amplifying my anxiety. When I reached the top, I found myself in a small hallway. There were 2 doors, one leading to a bedroom and the other to a bathroom. The scratching was louder now, coming from behind the door to the bedroom. I hesitated, my heart racing. I had to know. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the window covered with thick curtains. I flicked on the light and scanned the space. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The bed was neatly made, a small dresser against the wall. The scratching stopped. I stepped inside, feeling foolish. I was ready to convince myself it was just my imagination when I noticed something on the floor. A small trapdoor, barely noticeable, was hidden beneath the edge of the bed. My pulse quickened again. Crouching down, I gripped the handle and pulled. It creaked open, revealing a dark space below. The air that escaped was cool and stale. I hesitated, wondering if I should look inside. The sounds had stopped, but a part of me urged caution. I could feel something deep inside telling me not to go further. Instead, I decided to leave it alone and went back to the living room. I tried to watch television, but my mind kept drifting back to that trapdoor. What was down there? My curiosity gnawed at me, but fear held me back. I finally decided to sleep with the lights on, hoping for a peaceful rest. That night was different. I slept fitfully, constantly waking up to listen for any sounds. As morning light broke through the curtains, I felt a sense of relief. The scratching had not returned, but I still felt on edge. I packed my bags and decided to leave early. Before driving away, I stopped at the shop again. The owner was still there, sorting through items. I took a breath, gathering my thoughts. I heard strange noises last night. It felt like something was in the cottage. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. You really must be imagining things. I promise, there is nothing to worry about. I nodded, forcing a smile. I felt like I was the only one who had experienced this. I drove away, glancing back at the cottage one last time. The unease still lingered, but I was relieved to be leaving. When I reached home, I could finally relax. I promised myself I would never book a cottage again without thoroughly checking it out. As days passed, I put the experience behind me. Yet, late one night, while settling into bed, I heard a faint scratching noise outside my window. I sat straight up, heart racing. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just a branch against the glass. I looked outside, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move. I turned on the light, breathing deeply. I had escaped the cottage, but something about that weekend stayed with me. I never forgot the trapdoor or the scratching. I realized that sometimes it is better not to know what lies beneath the surface. I was at the hospital waiting for my friend Sarah. She was in for a minor surgery, nothing too serious, but I promised to be there for her. It was late in the evening, and the waiting room was empty except for me. I'd been there for a while, just scrolling through my phone, trying to keep my mind off the ticking clock on the wall. That's when I noticed him. An older man, maybe in his 70s, was sitting across from me. I hadn't seen him come in. One minute I was alone, and then there he was, just sitting there, looking at me with this strange sort of focus. He wore an old gray suit, the kind people don't wear much anymore, and his face was lined, worn, like he'd seen a lot. At first, I thought maybe he was waiting for someone too, so I didn't pay him much attention. But he kept staring. After a while, I started to feel uneasy. I looked up, met his eyes, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile, though. It was a knowing smile, like he recognized me, like he had a secret he wanted to share. "You look just like her," he said, his voice soft, like he was talking more to himself than to me. I gave a small, polite smile, not wanting to engage, but he didn't seem to need an invitation. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" I asked, hoping he'd say no and go back to whatever he was doing. But he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied my face. "Oh, you're her. I knew at the moment I saw you. You haven't changed a bit," he said, almost like he was accusing me. I tried to laugh it off. "I think you might have me confused with someone else," I said, hoping that would be the end of it. But he shook his head, his smile fading. No, it's you. It's really you," he said, his voice stronger this time. "After all these years, you've come back." There was something about the way he looked at me that made my skin crawl. His eyes were dark, too dark, like he was seeing something beyond me, something he wouldn't let me see. I looked around, hoping there was a nurse or someone nearby, but the waiting room was empty, and the hallway was dark. It was late, and most of the staff had gone home for the night. I thought about getting up, maybe finding somewhere else to sit, but he was blocking my way to the door. "Listen," I said, keeping my voice steady, "I really don't know you." He tilted his head, studying me, as if he was waiting for me to remember something. "Do you remember that night?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper now. "The dance, the music, the lights. You wore a blue dress. It was beautiful." My heart started racing. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the way he described it, the way he spoke to me, it felt like he was trying to pull me into some memory that didn't belong to me. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said again, more firmly this time, and I stood up, trying to keep calm as I looked for a way out. But he reached out, grabbed my wrist before I could move. His hand was cold, like he'd been standing in a freezer. "Don't leave," he said, his voice urgent now, almost pleading. "You left once. Don't leave me again." I pulled my hand back, hard, and he let go, but his eyes stayed on me, sharp, intense, filled with something I couldn't understand. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, and turned to go find a nurse, someone who could help me. As I moved toward the door, he called after me, his voice calm again, like he hadn't just grabbed me. "They won't help you," he said softly. "They never saw me then, either." I hurried out into the hallway, looking for anyone, but it was empty. The nurse's station was dark, and the halls were quiet. I spotted a single nurse down the hall and rushed over to her. "There's a man in the waiting room," I said, breathless. He keeps saying I'm someone he knows. He grabbed me." She looked at me with concern, but then she glanced past me, back toward the waiting room, and her expression changed. "There's no one there," she said, almost like she was reassuring herself. I turned to look, but the waiting room was empty. The man was gone, not a trace of him anywhere. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I could still feel the chill of his hand on my wrist, like an icy burn. He was there. Right there. "An older man in a gray suit," I insisted, but the nurse shook her head. "I've been here all night," she said, looking at me like I might be a little off. "I would have seen him." I tried to explain, to tell her how he'd spoken to me, how he seemed so certain I was someone he knew, but she just patted my arm and told me to take a seat, that maybe I was just tired from waiting. But as I walked back to the waiting room, my head was spinning. The man was gone, but I still felt his eyes on me, like he was there, somewhere, watching. I sat down, trying to calm myself, but the seat across from me felt like it still held his presence, as if he'd only just left. I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling colder than I should have, and checked my phone, willing time to pass faster, wanting Sarah to be done so I could leave. About an hour later, Sarah's doctor came out to tell me she was fine and recovering, and I nearly ran to her room just to get away from that waiting area. She was groggy but awake, and I tried to play it off, telling her I just had a weird wait. But she noticed I was shaking and asked if everything was okay. "Just some guy," I said, trying to laugh it off, but my voice cracked. He thought I was someone else. Kept calling me by some other name, talking about things that never happened. Sarah looked at me, her eyes narrowing. "Was he old?" "Gray suit?" she asked, her voice quiet. My heart dropped. "Yeah." "How?" Her face went pale. "I saw him, too. I thought he was a janitor or something, just standing in the hall outside my room. He was looking at me, staring like he knew me. I tried to say hi, but he just kept staring, like he was waiting for me to remember him. I felt my skin go cold. She was in a different part of the hospital, nowhere near the waiting room, yet she'd seen him, too. He'd been watching both of us. I told her about everything, the things he said, how he'd grabbed my wrist, how the nurse didn't see him. She didn't say anything, just listened, her face getting paler with every word. The next day, Sarah was discharged, and we left the hospital as fast as we could. I didn't look back, didn't want to see that empty waiting room, didn't want to know if he'd be there, sitting on that chair, waiting for me to come back. It's been weeks, and I haven't gone back to that hospital, haven't talked to anyone about it since. But sometimes, I still feel his eyes on me, like he's waiting, somewhere just out of sight, thinking I'll remember him. I had looked forward to this camping trip for months. Crater Lake National Park had always been a dream destination of mine. The deep blue water, surrounded by cliffs and trees, was something I had wanted to see in person. I had planned everything carefully, the route, the supplies, and the campsite. I made sure to pack all my gear, food, and enough water for my stay. I arrived at the park in the late afternoon. The sun was still high in the sky, and I could feel the warmth on my skin. I found a good spot near the lake, away from the other campers, so I could enjoy the solitude. I set up my tent, organized my things, and took a moment to admire the view. The lake was breathtaking. It looked like something out of a postcard. As evening fell, I lit a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in to enjoy the peace. The sounds of nature surrounded me, the rustling leaves, distant bird calls, and the soft lapping of water against the shore. I felt content, grateful for this moment of escape. That night, I slept soundly. The stars were bright above, and the air was cool. I woke up in the early hours, needing to use the restroom. I stepped out of my tent, wrapped in my jacket, and walked over to the nearby bathroom facilities. I made my way back to my campsite, the moonlight illuminating the path. When I returned, I noticed something was off. My car, which had been parked neatly in its spot, looked different. I could see that it had been moved. I was certain I had parked it straight, but now it was angled, as if someone had pushed it slightly. My heart began to race. I looked around, hoping to see other campers nearby, but there was only silence. I approached my car to inspect it. The ground was soft, and I noticed fresh tire tracks in the dirt. It seemed clear that someone had indeed pushed it. I looked around for any sign of another person, but the area was deserted. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had seen other campers earlier, but now the place felt empty. I checked my belongings to make sure everything was in its place. My heart sank as I noticed my backpack was not where I had left it. Panic surged through me. Had someone taken it? I had left my phone and wallet inside. I searched around my campsite frantically, calling out softly, hoping someone would answer. The night was quiet. I felt isolated, vulnerable. The trees stood tall around me, their shadows creeping in the dim light. I decided I needed to get my things and leave. I was not about to spend another night feeling this way. I reached my car and got in. I locked the doors, looking around, feeling eyes on me even if there was no one there. I turned the engine on and slowly began to drive, keeping my eyes peeled for anything unusual. The road was winding and dark, but I needed to get to the park entrance. As I drove, I saw something move in my rearview mirror. A shadow. I looked back, but there was nothing. Just the darkness of the forest pressing close. My palms were sweaty on the steering wheel. I glanced back at the mirror again. This time, I thought I saw headlights behind me, but they disappeared just as quickly. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but anxiety clouded my mind. I drove faster, the road twisting and turning. Every bump and rustle made me jump. The quiet of the night felt heavy, filled with tension. I kept expecting to see someone standing by the roadside or in the trees. When I finally reached the entrance of the park, my heart sank in relief. As I approached the gate, I saw a ranger standing there, talking to another driver. I pulled over and rolled down my window. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaky. "I think someone has been messing with my car at the campground." The ranger turned to me, his expression serious. "What do you mean?" "I was camping by Crater Lake, and when I got up this morning, my car had been moved. There were tire tracks like someone pushed it." "Are you sure you parked it like that?" he asked, but I could see the concern in his eyes. "Yes," I insisted. "I know I parked it straight. And my backpack is missing. I don't know what to do." The ranger nodded, his expression firm. "You did the right thing by coming here. It is best if you don't go back to that area. We have had reports of people camping out there after hours, and it can be dangerous." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his words. What should I do then? Drive to the nearest town. We will send someone out to check on your campsite. Make sure you report anything else that seems odd. I nodded, feeling grateful for his help. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of the other driver looking at me, a shadow passing over their face. They seemed too interested in our conversation, and it made me uneasy. I drove away quickly, feeling the weight of what had happened hang over me. I drove to the nearest town, my heart still racing. The road felt longer than it should. I replayed the events in my mind, trying to make sense of what happened. It was supposed to be a peaceful trip, but instead, I felt exposed and afraid. I finally reached a small diner and parked my car, feeling a rush of relief to be in a place with people around. As I stepped inside, the bell jingled, and I looked around at the few customers scattered in booths. I approached the counter and ordered a coffee. I just needed to collect myself. While I waited, I glanced out the window. A figure passed by outside, someone in a dark jacket, moving quickly. I felt my stomach drop as they turned and looked straight at me. My breath caught in my throat. It was him, the man from the campground. I ducked down, hoping he hadn't seen me. I listened to the sounds of the diner, the clatter of dishes, the low hum of conversation. I dared a quick glance again, but he was gone. My heart raced. I needed to call the ranger again, but I was scared to be alone. The coffee came, and I took a sip, my hands shaking. I tried to focus on the taste, but it did little to calm my nerves. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I needed to get out of there, find a safe place. After finishing my drink, I paid the bill and left the diner, my heart pounding with every step. I hurried back to my car, looking over my shoulder. I quickly got in and locked the doors. I had to get away. The thought of being alone in that campsite haunted me. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, half expecting to see him again. The road stretched ahead, and I promised myself I would never return to that place. Crater Lake was beautiful, but that beauty was now tainted by fear. I kept driving, focusing on getting to safety, where I could finally breathe again. I was working the night shift at the hospital, doing my rounds on a wing that was still under construction. It wasn't officially open yet, just bare walls, empty rooms, and scattered equipment waiting to be moved into place. They had me patrol there since no one else wanted to go in. Most people said it was too creepy. But to me, it was just another part of the job. I'd been working there a couple of months, used to the odd sounds and dark hallways. But this night felt different. There was this strange energy in the air, like a thickness that sat on my shoulders. It was dead quiet, too quiet for comfort, and the usual hum from the construction lights seemed muted. I started my rounds, checking the empty rooms, peeking into the shadows, making sure there was nothing there. I wasn't expecting much, maybe the usual bit of equipment left out or a tool bag left on a floor. But as I got to the end of one of the long hallways, I heard it. A whisper, low and drawn out, coming from one of the rooms off to the left. I froze, heart pounding, listening to the quiet. I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely someone whispering. It wasn't just some weird echo from my footsteps, and it wasn't coming from the HVAC. This was human, close, like someone was hiding right behind the wall, just out of sight. I steadied myself, reached for my flashlight, and slowly moved toward the sound. I didn't turn on the light yet. I wanted to listen first, just in case I'd imagined it. But as I stepped into the doorway of that empty room, I saw a figure in the shadows. It was a man, sitting in the far corner, hunched over. He looked rough, like he'd been on the streets for a long time, greasy hair, dirt street clothes, shoes that looked more like scraps than anything else. He wasn't moving, just sitting there, watching me. I called out, tried to keep my voice steady, asked him what he was doing here, told him he couldn't stay in the hospital. I expected him to maybe get defensive, maybe even get up and leave. But he didn't. He just sat there, staring. Then he said something, real soft, almost like he was talking to himself. "I've been here," he whispered, his eyes locked on me. "Been here waiting for a reason." That sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to tell him to leave, tell him that security was on the way, but something about him kept me from saying a word. He seemed familiar, like I'd seen him before, but I couldn't place where or when. You don't remember me, do you?" he asked, his voice scratchy and rough. I shook my head, a sick feeling settling in my stomach. I told him again that he had to leave, but he just stayed there, smiling this sad, knowing smile. It didn't look threatening, but something about it made me want to be anywhere else but here. "I saw you last week," he said, almost in a whisper. "On your other shift, across the street by the loading docks." He paused, his eyes narrowing, watching for my reaction. "And 2 nights before that, in the parking garage. You walk slow when you're alone, did you know that?" My skin crawled. The thought of him watching me made me feel trapped, exposed. I tried to stay calm, tell him he was trespassing, that I'd have to call someone if he didn't leave. But he just leaned his head back against the wall, his gaze never leaving mine. "People like you never notice people like me," he muttered, almost to himself. You walk around, always looking right past, never thinking who's behind the next corner. He was right. I hadn't noticed him before. I'd never once thought about a homeless man following me around or hiding in the hospital. But hearing him say it out loud, like it was some game he'd been playing, turned my blood cold. I tried to stay firm, tried to keep my voice steady as I told him to get up, to get out. But he didn't. He just kept talking, almost like he was in a trance. "You know, I always knew you'd end up here," he said, like it was some kind of twisted fate. "It's like it was meant to be." I stepped back, fumbling for my radio, but my hands were shaking too much to grip it. He watched me, eyes narrowing with a strange kind of interest, as if he could feel my fear. Then he stood up, slow and unsteady, and I took another step back, holding my flashlight up as a weak defense. "You don't have to be scared," he whispered, moving closer. "I'm not gonna hurt you. Not here." That didn't make me feel any better. I finally managed to get my radio to work, call for backup, but the guy just smiled, this eerie, calm smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You think they'll get here in time?" he asked, his voice barely louder than a whisper. I turned to get out of the room, but he stepped in front of the door, blocking my way. I could see now just how tall he was, how his clothes hung loose on his thin frame, his eyes hollow and dark. He reached out, like he was going to touch my arm, and I jerked back, slamming into the wall. Then, without another word, he took a step back, turned, and walked out into the hallway. I watched as he disappeared into the shadows, his footsteps quiet, almost like he'd never been there at all. I stayed in that room, frozen, until my backup arrived. They searched the whole wing, but they didn't find him. After that, I quit the job. I couldn't stay there, not knowing he might be lurking somewhere nearby, waiting for me, watching. I used to work the night shift as a security guard at a mall. It was usually quiet, just me and the soft hum of the cameras monitoring the empty stores and darkened corridors. I liked the solitude, but sometimes it felt a bit eerie being alone in such a big place. One particular night, while I was doing my usual rounds, I noticed something strange on the monitor. A woman was walking through the food court, her movements slow and unsteady. She looked lost, glancing around as if she were trying to find something or someone. I couldn't make out much of her face, but she had long hair and wore a dark jacket that blended in with the shadows. I watched her for a while, thinking it was unusual for anyone to be there at that hour. The mall had been closed for hours. I grabbed my flashlight and headed down to the food court, hoping to help her find her way. As I approached, I called out to her. "Excuse me. Are you all right?" She turned slowly, and my heart dropped when I saw her face. There was a strange look in her eyes, something unsettling. I can't find my way out," she said, her voice almost a whisper. I stepped closer, shining my flashlight on her so I could see better. "It's all right. The exits are just down this way." I gestured toward the main entrance, but she did not move. "You don't understand," she said, taking a step closer to me. "I have been looking for you. I have been following you." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Following me? Why would you do that?" "Because we are connected," she said, her expression earnest. "I know you. I know all about you." I took a step back, suddenly feeling vulnerable in her presence. "What do you mean you know me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Her eyes brightened, and she smiled. "I know where you live. I know what you like to eat. I know your routine. You are always here at night, just like me." I didn't respond. I could feel the air thickening around us, and every instinct in my body screamed at me to get away. "Listen, I think you should leave now," I said, trying to maintain my authority. "You shouldn't be here. The mall is closed." She tilted her head slightly, as if considering my words. "You don't get it. We have something special. You feel it too, don't you?" I shook my head, my heart racing. "No. I don't know you. You need to go. I am going to call the police." As soon as I mentioned the police, her demeanor changed. She stepped closer, her voice lowering to a hiss. "You don't want to do that. They won't understand. You and I have a bond. They would only break it." A surge of fear flooded my body. I turned to leave, heading back toward the security desk. I could hear her footsteps following me, quick and determined. I reached for my radio, my fingers trembling as I called in for backup. "Dispatch, I need help. There is a woman in the mall. She is not supposed to be here. She is unwell. Copy that." "Units are on their way," the dispatcher replied, and I felt a small wave of relief wash over me. I turned back toward the woman, who stood at a distance, her eyes locked onto me. "You can't leave," she said softly. "You are mine." Her words chilled me. I took a cautious step back, scanning the area for a way to escape. I could hear the sound of sirens approaching in the distance. "Help is coming," I said, trying to sound confident. "You need to leave now. You cannot stay here." She smiled again, but it did not reach her eyes. "They won't help you. They don't understand." Just then, I heard the sound of footsteps coming from the other direction. The woman turned to look, and I seized the opportunity. I sprinted toward the entrance, hoping to reach safety before she realized what I was doing. I could hear her footsteps behind me, fast and relentless. I burst through the double doors, my heart pounding in my chest. I ran to the parking lot, looking for any sign of the police. Finally, I saw the flashing lights of a squad car, and relief flooded my veins. I waved my arms, trying to get their attention. "Over here!" I shouted. The officers jumped out of the car and rushed toward me. I turned to look back at the mall entrance, my breath hitching in my throat. The woman was standing just inside, her face expressionless as she watched me. "Are you all right?" one of the officers asked, concern etched on his face. "I don't know who she is, but she has been following me." "I think she is dangerous," I said, my voice shaking. The officers nodded, their expressions serious. They moved toward the entrance, guns drawn, ready to confront her. I stood off to the side, my heart racing as they approached. "Ma'am," one officer called out, "you need to come out. You are not allowed to be here." The woman did not move, just stared at them, and I felt a shiver of fear run down my spine. "Come out now," the officer repeated, his voice firm. Finally, she stepped into the light, and I could see her face clearly again. "I just wanted to be with him," she said, her voice eerily calm. The officers exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. "We need you to cooperate," one said, taking another step forward. Suddenly, she turned and bolted back into the mall, disappearing into the darkness. The officers pursued her, their flashlights illuminating the path as they shouted for her to stop. I felt a mix of fear and relief. They were trained for this. They would find her, and I was safe now. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. A few moments later, the officers returned, panting but without her. "We've lost her," one said, looking frustrated. "She could be anywhere." I felt a pang of panic as they spoke. What do you mean lost her? She could come back. Not if we have a patrol set up, one officer reassured me. We will keep them all secure. If she returns, we will be ready. I nodded, though a part of me remained on edge. I knew she was out there, somewhere. They stayed with me for the remainder of my shift, keeping a close watch on the entrances. I was grateful for their presence, but my mind continued to race. What if she came back? Why had she been following me? As my shift came to an end, I felt a sense of unease linger in the air. I got in my car, looking around before driving away. I made sure to check my mirrors often, half expecting her to appear from the shadows. I left them all behind, but the feeling of being watched never truly faded. I decided to report everything to my supervisor the next day. I wanted to make sure no one else encountered her, that no one else felt the terror I had felt that night. The following days were tense, but there were no more incidents. I kept to my routines, but I was always aware, always cautious. Each time I heard a sound or saw a shadow, my heart would race, expecting to see her again. Though I did not see her again, I knew I would never forget her face or the way she spoke. I learned that sometimes danger lurked in the most unexpected places. I remained vigilant, always aware of the darkness that could hide just out of sight. I was passing through this small town, somewhere out in the countryside, just trying to make it to my next destination before midnight. I'd been driving a long time, and my eyes were starting to feel heavy, so when I spotted the lights from an old-looking pub on the side of the road, I figured I'd stop in for a quick drink, maybe something to wake me up a bit. The place looked like it had been there for years, crumbling brick, a wooden sign that swayed with every gust of wind. The windows were fogged up, but there was a glow coming from inside. I could hear faint laughter and the hum of conversation, so it felt safe enough. Just a little, cozy spot tucked out of the way. I pushed the door open, and every sound stopped. It was like someone hit mute on a TV. Every single person in that place turned to look at me. I felt this weird jolt go through me, like I was some animal caught in headlights. But then, one by one, they all started smiling. It wasn't unfriendly, more like they knew me, or thought they did. The bartender, a tall, older guy with gray hair slicked back, waved me over like he'd been expecting me. I wanted to turn around and leave, but it felt rude somehow. So I nodded, a bit stiffly, and walked over to the bar. "Evening, stranger," he said, grinning wide, almost too wide. "We've been waiting for you." "Sorry, I think you might have me mixed up with someone else," I said, trying to laugh it off. "I'm just passing through." The bartender chuckled, shaking his head. "No mistake. You're right on time." It was unsettling, but I figured he was just being friendly, so I ordered a drink. As I waited, I noticed a few people were still looking at me from their tables. They all wore these little smiles, watching me with this strange intensity. I looked down at my glass and took a sip, trying to ignore them, but their eyes never left me. I felt trapped under all that attention. When I nearly finished my drink, I nodded to the bartender and tried to stand, but before I could, a hand landed on my shoulder. I glanced up, and there was this woman, older, maybe in her 50s, with this dark red lipstick that was just a little smudged. "Don't be in such a hurry, dear," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Stay a while." "Yeah," another voice chimed in. I looked over and saw a man a few stools down, smiling at me with these eyes that looked far too excited. "You just got here. No need to leave so soon." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I shrugged our hands off, forcing a smile. I really should get going. I have a long drive ahead. The bartender set another drink in front of me, though I hadn't ordered it. On the house, he said, giving me that same grin. Just stay a bit longer. No harm in that, is there? I looked around the room. Every person was staring at me now. I tried to stand again, but the older woman leaned over and whispered, "We don't get visitors here often. Especially not ones like you." The way she said that last part made my stomach twist. Ones like me? I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded slowly. Ones who fit. I didn't know what she meant, and I didn't want to know. I pulled out a few bills and set them on the bar, keeping my movements slow and calm. Thanks for the drink, but I really have to go. The bartender's smile faded just a little. His eyes narrowed, like he was calculating something. Leaving already? That's a shame. I backed toward the door, every instinct in me screaming that I needed to get out of there. Just as my hand reached the handle, the door swung shut, locking itself. My pulse spiked. What's going on? Just relax, the bartender said, his voice smooth and calm. No need to get worked up. You're safe here. The people around the tables began to stand up, slowly, almost in unison. They didn't say a word, just watched me, like they were waiting for something. I said I have to go, I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. A man near the door shook his head, smiling that same awful smile. You can't leave yet. We've been waiting a long time for you. That was when it hit me. They weren't joking. They were serious. Every one of them seemed to think I was meant to be here, like I'd been part of some plan they'd been hatching. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on me, trapping me in that room. Look, I don't know what this is, but I'm leaving, I said, louder this time. My voice echoed in the quiet. The bartender sighed, almost like he was disappointed. It's not safe out there for someone like you, especially not tonight. The words were chilling, the way he said them. I felt a bead of sweat run down my neck. I'll take my chances. I tried to pull the door open again, but it wouldn't budge. Then I heard the lock click. I turned and saw the bartender holding a set of keys, twirling them around his finger with that smug look on his face. You're not going anywhere, he said. The people were getting closer now, moving in around me, blocking every possible way out. My mind raced, searching for some excuse, some way to get them to let me go. Please, I just stopped in for a drink. I didn't mean to intrude. Oh, you're not intruding, the older woman said, her voice almost sweet. This is exactly where you're supposed to be. I took a step back, feeling my heartbeat hammer in my ears. Why are you doing this? Like we said, the bartender replied, his smile never wavering. We've been waiting. I could feel the walls closing in, every face watching me with that unblinking stare, as if they'd already made up their minds about something. My pulse was racing, my breathing shallow. I didn't care if they thought I was crazy or rude anymore. I had to get out of there. I turned, pushing through the small crowd, shoving anyone in my way. I didn't care about the looks, the gasps, the disapproving whispers. I just needed to get to that door. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps closing in, but I pushed harder, slamming my shoulder into the door with all the strength I had. Somehow, it gave way, just enough for me to slip out. I stumbled into the night, nearly tripping over my own feet as I sprinted to my car. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if they were following. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to unlock the door. I threw myself inside and locked it, jamming the key into the ignition, As the engine roared to life, I finally looked up at the pub. They were all standing there in the doorway, watching me, those same blank, expectant smiles on every face. The bartender raised his hand, giving me this slow, almost friendly wave, like he was saying goodbye to an old friend. I hit the gas and tore out of that parking lot, my heart still pounding even as I got back on the highway. I didn't look back. I kept driving, even when the headlights of the pub faded in the distance. Every so often, though, I thought I could see that place out of the corner of my eye, still standing there, waiting. I don't know what they wanted from me, and I don't think I ever will. But I know one thing, I'll never stop at another small-town bar again. I had been driving for hours and needed to stop for the night. The motel wasn't anything special, but it was right off the highway, and I couldn't keep my eyes open much longer. The rain had started about an hour before I pulled in, and by the time I parked, it was pouring so hard I had to run to the office with my jacket over my head. The clerk was an older man who barely looked up when I walked in. He handed me the key after I paid, muttered something about checkout being at 11, and went back to watching the tiny TV on the counter. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. My room was around the back of the building, away from the road. The parking lot was empty except for my car, and the lights along the building barely worked, flickering in the downpour. My room smelled like damp carpet and cheap cleaning spray, but the bed looked clean enough, so I dropped my bag and sat down to take off my boots. The rain was loud against the window, almost drowning out the faint hum of the heater I turned on. I didn't bother with the TV. I just wanted to close my eyes and forget how much further I had to drive in the morning. I was about to lie down when I heard the knock. It was soft at first, so quiet I thought I imagined it. But then it came again, louder this time. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the window. The curtains were drawn, and I couldn't see outside. My first thought was maybe the clerk had come to tell me something, but why would he knock on the window instead of the door? I stood there, frozen for a moment, trying to decide if I should look. The knocking came again, steady and unhurried, like whoever was out there wasn't in a rush to leave. I finally moved toward the window, careful not to get too close. I pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing just outside the window, drenched from the rain. He was older, maybe in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and a hood pulled up over his head. He was staring straight at the window, but it didn't seem like he could see me through the gap in the curtains. He knocked again, harder this time, and then leaned in close, his face almost against the glass. "Hey," he called out. His voice was muffled, but I could hear him over the rain. "You in there? My car broke down. Can you help me?" Something about the way he said it made my stomach twist. He wasn't shouting or panicked, just calm and steady, like he knew I was listening. I didn't answer. I let the curtain fall back into place and stepped away from the window, my heart pounding. The knocking came again, louder now, almost impatient. "Come on," he said. "I just need to use your phone. I won't take long." I glanced at the door, making sure it was locked. I didn't have a chain or deadbolt, just a basic knob lock, and suddenly it didn't feel like enough. The knocking stopped, and for a moment, all I could hear was the rain. I thought maybe he'd left, but then I heard him again, closer this time. He was at the door. "Hey," he called out, his voice lower now. "I know you're in there. I saw your car." I backed up toward the bathroom, my hands shaking. There was no peephole on the door, so I couldn't see him, but I could hear the handle jiggle slightly, like he was testing it. "You don't have to open the door," he said. "Just slide the phone out, and I'll be on my way." I didn't move. I didn't say anything. After a few seconds, the handle stopped moving, and the rain filled the silence again. I stayed where I was, barely breathing, waiting to see if he'd leave. Then I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the building. He was circling back to the window. I crept toward the window and peeked out again, just enough to see him standing there, looking at the curtains. His hood had fallen back, and his hair was plastered to his head from the rain. He looked calm, like he had all the time in the world. He knocked on the glass again, leaning close. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my fingers shaking so badly I could barely hit the buttons. The operator answered, and I whispered into the phone, telling her where I was and what was happening. She told me to stay on the line and stay hidden, that she was sending someone. The man outside must have seen the light from my phone, because he stepped back suddenly, his face twisting into something harder, angrier. "What are you doing in there?" he shouted, slamming his hand against the glass. I didn't answer. The operator kept talking, telling me to stay calm, but her voice felt far away. All I could hear was him pounding on the window, harder and harder, like he was trying to break it. Then he stopped. The silence was almost worse than the noise. I didn't move, didn't dare look out again. After what felt like forever, I heard the footsteps again, moving away from the window. I thought maybe he'd finally given up, but then I heard something else, a car door slamming. I peeked out again, just in time to see headlights cutting through the rain as a car pulled out of the lot and disappeared down the highway. The police arrived a few minutes later. I told them everything, but there wasn't much they could do. The clerk hadn't seen anyone, and there were no cameras in the lot. They said it was probably some drifter, someone looking for a quick score or trying to scare me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been waiting for someone like me, alone and out of options. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the room with the lights on, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, I packed my things and left, promising myself I'd never stop at a place like that again. It started on a cold, rainy evening, the kind where you want to wrap yourself in a blanket and forget the outside world exists. My wife and I had just settled in for the night. The fire was going, dinner dishes were cleaned, and we were watching a movie when we heard the knock at the door. It was strange because we don't usually get visitors, especially not at night. Our house is set a little ways off the main road, so you don't just stumble onto it unless you're looking for it. I got up, a bit hesitant, and looked through the peephole. A man was standing on the porch, drenched from the rain. He didn't have an umbrella or anything, just a jacket soaked through and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He kept glancing around, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Something about it didn't sit right with me, but I couldn't just leave him standing there. I opened the door a crack, leaving the chain on, and asked, "Can I help you?" The man looked up, his face pale and weathered. He seemed older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s, with deep lines around his eyes and mouth. His expression wasn't angry, but it wasn't friendly either, just flat, like he was trying hard not to show anything. "Evening," he said, his voice low and rough. "Sorry to bother you, but I used to live here. I sold the house a while back, but I realized I left something behind. It's really important. I need to come in and look for it." That caught me off guard. We bought the house a year ago, and the sale had been through a realtor. We'd never met the previous owner. I glanced back at my wife, who was now standing behind me, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She shook her head slightly, a silent warning. I felt the same unease. "I'm sorry," I said, keeping my voice firm. "We haven't seen anything like that. The house was empty when we moved in. If it's something you left, it's probably gone by now." He didn't move, just stared at me for a moment. His eyes didn't seem to blink. Then he leaned in slightly, not enough to be threatening but enough to make me uncomfortable. "You don't understand," he said. "It's not something I can just replace. I need to check. It won't take long." I tightened my grip on the door. "What is it you're looking for?" The question seemed to throw him off. He blinked, looked away for a moment, then back at me. "It's personal," he said finally. "You wouldn't know if you'd seen it. I need to see for myself." I shook my head. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. This is our home now. If you want to give me more information, I can check for you, but you can't just come inside." His face twitched slightly, like he was trying to keep his composure. "I don't mean to cause trouble," he said, his voice quieter now. "But I have to look. It's mine. I can't just leave it behind." Something in his tone made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't what he said, it was how he said it. There was no desperation, no pleading. It was flat, like he was stating a fact. He wasn't asking for permission. He was just waiting for me to move. I started to close the door, but his hand shot out and pressed against the frame. Not hard, not enough to force it open, but enough to stop me. His expression changed then. It was subtle, but I saw it. The flatness was gone, replaced by something colder. "I don't think you're listening," he said. "This is important. More important than you realize." My wife stepped forward then, her voice sharp and cutting through the tension. "If you don't leave, we're calling the police." That made him pause. His eyes flicked her, then back to me. He seemed to weigh his options for a moment. Then he stepped back, raising his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender. "All right," he said. "I'm sorry to bother you. I needed to try." He turned and walked off the porch, disappearing into the rain. I closed the door and locked it, double-checking the deadbolt. My wife and I stood there for a moment, listening to the rain and the wind, trying to process what had just happened. "He's gone, right?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. I nodded, but I wasn't sure. Something about the way he left didn't feel right. I went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peek out. The driveway was empty. There was no car. How had he gotten here? The rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every little noise made me jump. My wife tried to calm me down, saying he was probably just some guy trying to scam us or mess with us, but I couldn't stop thinking about his face. The way he looked at me, like he wasn't really looking at me, but through me. Around midnight, we finally went to bed, though I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard his voice again, that cold, even tone that didn't match his words. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard the noise. A faint creak, like wood settling under weight. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. It came again, louder this time. It was coming from downstairs. I woke my wife, whispering that I'd heard something. She grabbed her phone, ready to call the police, while I grabbed the heavy flashlight I kept by the bed. Slowly, I crept down the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. When I reached the bottom, I froze. The front door was open, swinging slightly in the wind. Rain pooled on the floor just inside. I was sure I'd locked it. I knew I had. I stepped closer, shining the flashlight around the room. That's when I saw it, a pair of muddy footprints leading from the door, through the living room, and toward the kitchen. My grip tightened on the flashlight as I followed them, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run, but I couldn't leave my wife upstairs. When I reached the kitchen, the footprints stopped. The back door was open too, swaying in the storm. I shone the flashlight outside, but there was no one there. Just the rain and the wind. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. The police came, but there wasn't much they could do. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing was missing. They suggested it might have been a prank, but I knew better. He'd come back. And whatever he was looking for, he wasn't done. We changed the locks the next day. Here's what happened, and I still can't believe I got out of it. I've never written anything like this before, so I'm sorry if it doesn't make sense. I just need to put it somewhere. It was January, and I decided to take a solo trip up to this ski lodge I'd found online. It wasn't one of those big fancy resorts, just a quiet spot tucked into the mountains. I thought it would be a good way to clear my head after the holidays. Work had been stressful, and I wanted time to myself. The place seemed perfect, small, not crowded, just a handful of cabins spread out around the lodge. It felt remote, but not too far from the nearest town. The first day was great. I spent the morning on the slopes and the afternoon sitting by the fireplace in the lodge. It was peaceful, quiet. I even made small talk with the woman who ran the front desk, an older lady named Carol. She seemed nice enough, though she didn't talk much. Just handed me my key and told me to let her know if I needed anything. The trouble started the second day. I was up early, ready to hit the slopes again. It had snowed overnight, and everything looked fresh and untouched. I grabbed my gear from the rack outside my cabin and headed to the lift. When I got there, though, something felt off. My bindings didn't look right. At first, I thought maybe the snow had just settled weird on them overnight, but when I bent down to check, I realized one of the screws was loose. Not just loose, gone. I'm not an expert, but I know enough to realize how dangerous that could have been. If I'd gone down the slope and my binding had come off, I could have broken my leg or worse. I was annoyed, but I figured it was just wear and tear. I took it back to the lodge and borrowed a screwdriver from Carol. I asked her if anyone had messed with the gear rack, but she just shrugged and said no one ever really touched other people's stuff. By the time I got everything fixed, half the morning was gone. I hit the slopes anyway, trying to shake off the weird feeling in my gut. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just bad luck. That evening, when I got back to my cabin, I found a note slipped under the door. It was on plain white paper, folded in half. The handwriting was messy, almost like whoever wrote it was in a hurry. It said, "Don't go back out there." I stood there holding it for what felt like forever, just staring at the words. My first thought was that it had to be some kind of joke. Maybe one of the other guests was messing with me. But the thing was, I hadn't really talked to anyone. Aside from Carol, I hadn't seen much of anyone around. I thought about going to her, showing her the note, but something held me back. It felt silly, like I'd be overreacting. Instead, I locked the door, double-checked all the windows, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. The next day, I almost didn't go skiing. I thought about staying in the cabin, maybe reading or taking a walk around the lodge. But then I got mad. Why should I let some stupid note ruin my trip? I'd spent good money to be there, and I wasn't about to waste it. So, I went back out. At first, everything seemed fine. The slopes were quiet, and the snow was perfect. But after a couple of runs, I started to feel like I was being watched. It's hard to explain, but you know the feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. It was like that, this constant prickling sensation, like someone's eyes were on me. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was no one there. The trees were thick on either side of the trail, and every so often, I thought I saw movement, a shadow slipping between the trunks, just out of the corner of my eye. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a deer. But I couldn't shake the feeling. Then, near the bottom of the run, I wiped out. I wasn't going fast, so I wasn't hurt, but when I got up, I noticed something weird. My ski had come loose again. When I looked closer, I realized the same binding I'd fixed the day before was loose again. The screw was still there, but it had been turned almost all the way out. Someone had tampered with it. I was done after that. I took my gear back to the lodge and went straight to Carol. I showed her the ski, told her about the note. She just looked at me, her face blank, and said, "I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should take it easy for a day or two." That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate, crunching in the snow. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there would hear it. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I grabbed the only thing I could think of, a fire poker I'd seen leaning against the fireplace. I held my breath, waiting for something to happen, but after a few minutes, the footsteps started again, fading away into the night. In the morning, I found another note. This one was taped to the inside of the window, facing in. It said, "Leave. Now." That was it for me. I packed my stuff and went to the front desk to check out. Carol wasn't there, just a handwritten note saying she'd be back later. I didn't care. I left the key on the counter and drove straight to the nearest town. On the way down the mountain, I noticed something in the rearview mirror, a black truck following me. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The road was narrow, and there weren't many ways to get down. But the truck stayed behind me, no matter how fast or slow I went. When I got to town, I pulled into the parking lot of a gas station. The truck kept going, but as it passed, I saw the driver. He was wearing a ski mask. I stayed in town that night, at a cheap motel. The next morning, I called the lodge and tried to talk to Carol, but no one answered. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone left me creepy notes and messed with my skis? I still don't know who it was or what they wanted. All I know is that I'm never going back to that lodge or anywhere near those mountains. I moved into the house last November. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small 2-bedroom on a quiet street. The kind of place I'd been dreaming of for years, especially after living in a noisy apartment complex for so long. It was peaceful, and for the first couple of weeks, I felt like I'd finally caught a break. At first, it was small things that I noticed. A letter here, a package there. I'd come home from work, check the mailbox, and find it empty. I thought maybe it was the post office messing up, so I didn't think much of it. Then my sister called to ask if I'd gotten the sweater she sent me for my birthday. I hadn't. That's when I started to feel like something wasn't right. I filed a complaint with the post office, but they said there wasn't much they could do. They recommended I get a locking mailbox, so I ordered one online. But while I was waiting for it to arrive, more things started to go missing. Not just mail, little things inside the house. A scarf I'd left on the coat rack, a coffee mug from the sink, a photo frame from the living room. It was weird, but I thought maybe I'd misplaced them. Moving into a new place can throw you off, right? Then one night, I came home late from work and found the back door unlocked. I was sure I'd locked it that morning, but I started second-guessing myself. I checked every room, every closet, but nothing seemed out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I bought a small camera the next day, one of those cheap ones you can stick to the wall and check from your phone. I set it up in the hallway facing the front door and went to bed that night feeling a little more at ease. If someone was messing with me, I'd catch them. The first few nights, nothing happened. I'd check the footage every morning, and all I'd see was the empty hallway. It started to feel like maybe I was being paranoid. But then, on the fifth night, I saw him. It was about 3 a.m. The camera caught a man stepping into the hallway from the direction of my bedroom. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. His face wasn't visible, but he moved slowly, like he was taking his time. He walked straight to the kitchen, opened a couple of drawers, and took something I couldn't tell what. Then he turned and walked back toward the bedroom. Toward me. I stared at the footage for what felt like hours, trying to process what I was seeing. I didn't remember hearing anything that night. I didn't wake up. How long had he been doing this? How many times had he been inside my house while I was asleep? I called the police right away. They came out and checked the house, but by the time they got there, he was long gone. They looked at the camera footage and said they'd send someone to patrol the area, but there wasn't much else they could do unless he came back. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept every light in the house on and sat in the living room with a kitchen knife in my hand. I jumped at every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the wind against the windows. Morning couldn't come fast enough. The next day, I called out of work and bought new locks for all the doors. I also picked up a second camera and set it up in the kitchen. I thought if I could at least make it harder for him to get in, he might give up. But he didn't. The next time was 2 nights later. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of footsteps. They weren't loud, just soft, measured steps, like someone trying not to be heard. My heart was pounding as I reached for my phone and pulled up the camera feed. He was in the kitchen. I could see him on the screen, standing at the counter with his back to the camera. He was holding something in his hands, studying it like he was trying to decide whether to take it. Then he turned, and for the first time, I got a glimpse of his face. He was wearing a ski mask, but his eyes were visible, cold and empty, like he wasn't afraid of anything. I didn't think. I just grabbed my phone and called the police. I whispered into the receiver, trying to stay quiet so he wouldn't hear me, but my voice was shaking so bad I wasn't sure if they understood what I was saying. They told me to stay on the line and lock myself in a room if I could. I crept to the bathroom and locked the door, trying not to make a sound. My phone was still in my hand, the dispatcher's voice in my ear telling me to stay calm, that officers were on their way. I could hear the man moving around in the house, opening and closing drawers, walking from room to room. At one point, he stopped right outside the bathroom door. I held my breath. The doorknob rattled, just once, and then there was silence. I thought maybe he'd left, but I didn't dare move. I stayed there, crouched on the floor, until I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. The police arrived just in time. They caught him in the backyard, trying to climb over the fence. He had a bag with him, full of things he'd taken from my house, my keys, my wallet, even a pair of shoes I hadn't noticed were missing. They arrested him on the spot. It turned out he'd been breaking into houses all over the neighborhood for weeks. He'd been watching me, waiting until I was asleep to let himself in through the back door. The idea that someone had been that close to me, walking through my home while I was defenseless, still makes my skin crawl. I moved out of that house a month later. I couldn't stay there, not after knowing what had happened. Even now, in a new place with better locks and security cameras everywhere, I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, sure I'll hear footsteps in the hall again. It was a freezing morning when I decided to head out to the old quarry. I had been into photography for a while, mostly landscapes and abandoned places. There's something about those forgotten spots, with their broken structures and overgrown paths, that always drew me in. I had heard about this quarry from a guy at a local camera shop. He mentioned it in passing, saying it was a cool place but a bit out of the way. That was what I liked, quiet places where I could take my time without anyone bothering me. I parked my car at the end of a dirt road just outside the quarry's entrance. It wasn't an official spot, just a clearing where I figured no one would care if I left my car for a couple of hours. The snow from the previous night crunched under my boots as I grabbed my backpack and camera gear. The air felt heavy, like the kind of stillness you get just before a storm. I didn't think much of it. The quiet was nice. Peaceful. The entrance to the quarry wasn't marked, but you could tell where it was from the way the trees thinned out. The path led downhill, and soon the landscape opened up. The quarry was enormous. Jagged walls of stone towered over a frozen pond in the center, and scattered piles of old equipment were half buried in the snow. Rusted tracks and broken down machinery made for great photos. I felt lucky to have found the place untouched, or so it seemed. I spent about an hour wandering around, snapping pictures. The light wasn't great, gray skies and all, but I figured I could edit the photos later. I moved closer to one of the old buildings, maybe an office or a storage shed. The door was slightly ajar, and the snow around it was fresh. No footprints except mine. Inside, there wasn't much left, some broken furniture, a few scattered tools, and graffiti covering the walls. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years. As I stepped out of the shed, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a truck parked on the far side of the quarry, near the tree line. It was an old, beat-up pickup, the kind you see around farms or construction sites. It hadn't been there when I arrived. My first thought was that maybe it belonged to someone hunting in the woods nearby. But the longer I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. The truck's windows were dark, and there was no movement, no sign of anyone getting out. I decided to keep to myself and stick to the other side of the quarry. Whoever it was, they had as much right to be there as I did, and I didn't want to make it weird. I moved further along the frozen pond, taking a few more shots of the rock walls and machinery. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced back toward the truck a few times, but it stayed still, like some kind of animal lying in wait. Then I heard voices. They were faint at first, carried by the wind, but they were getting closer. Two men came into view, walking toward me from the direction of the truck. They were bundled up in heavy coats and boots, and one of them was holding something in his hand. It looked like a crowbar. My chest tightened. They weren't smiling, and their body language was stiff, deliberate. "Hey," one of them called out. His voice was sharp, like he was already mad about something. "What are you doing here?" I tried to keep calm as they approached. Just taking pictures, I said, holding up my camera to show them. I didn't think anyone would mind. This is private property, the second man said. His tone was low and cold. He was the bigger of the two, with a thick beard and hard eyes that made it clear he wasn't just bluffing. You're trespassing. I didn't see any signs, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. If I had known. You know now, the first man cut in, stepping closer. His grip on the crowbar tightened, and I could see his jaw clenching. Who sent you? That question caught me off guard. No one sent me, I said quickly. I just heard about this place from a friend. I thought it'd be a good spot for photos. That's all. The two men exchanged a look, and something about it made my stomach churn. It wasn't just irritation or frustration. It was suspicion. Paranoia. Like they thought I knew something I wasn't supposed to. You expect us to believe that? The bigger man said. He took another step toward me, his boots crunching in the snow. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, you just happened to show up with a camera? That's exactly what happened, I said, trying to keep my voice calm but firm. Look, I'll leave right now if that's what you want. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. You've already caused trouble, the first man said. His eyes darted to my backpack. What else you got in there? Just camera gear, I said, backing up a step. That's it. Show us, the bigger man said. It wasn't a request. I hesitated, which was a mistake. The smaller man raised the crowbar slightly, like he was ready to swing it if I didn't cooperate. My hands were shaking as I unzipped my backpack and held it open for them to see. They rummaged through it, pulling out my lenses and batteries, tossing them carelessly into the snow. Nothing here, the bigger man muttered, but he didn't sound convinced. Check his pockets. I'm not carrying anything, I said, my voice cracking slightly. I swear. Just let me go, and I'll never come back here. The smaller man grabbed the front of my jacket, yanking me closer. His breath smelled like tobacco and something sour. If you're lying, you're gonna regret it. I'm not lying. I blurted out. I don't even know what this place is. I thought it was abandoned. The bigger man sighed, looking around the quarry like he was making a decision. Then he turned to the other guy. We can't just let him walk out of here. My heart sank. I didn't see anything, I said, desperation creeping into my voice. I'll delete the photos, okay? I didn't mean to. Shut up, the smaller man snapped, pushing me back. You think we're stupid? You think we don't know why you're here? I don't know what you're talking about. I yelled, panic taking over. I don't know anything. The bigger man raised a hand, silencing me. Here's what's gonna happen, he said, his voice cold and deliberate. You're gonna come with us. We'll figure out what to do with you. I took a step back, but they moved in closer, cutting off any chance of escape. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. The truck was too far, and even if I made it, I'd never get it started before they caught up. My car was even further. I was trapped. And then I saw it, the old shed I had been in earlier. The door was still slightly open. If I could just get inside, maybe I could lock them out, or at least buy myself some time. I didn't think. I just ran. Hey, one of them shouted, but I didn't look back. My boots slipped on the icy ground as I sprinted toward the shed, my lungs burning from the cold air. I threw myself inside and slammed the door shut, sliding the rusty bolt into place just as they reached it. They pounded on the door, yelling for me to come out, but the bolt held. For now. I stumbled back, looking around the dim, cluttered space for anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a rusty shovel propped against the wall. I grabbed it, my hands trembling, and waited. The pounding on the door stopped, and the silence that followed was somehow worse. "We'll smoke you out if we have to," one of them yelled. "You're not getting out of here alive." I didn't respond. My breath came in shallow gasps as I gripped the shovel tighter. I had no idea how I was going to get out of this, but I knew one thing: I wasn't going to let them drag me away. After what felt like an eternity, I heard their footsteps retreating. I didn't trust it. I stayed put, listening for any sign that they were still nearby. The minutes stretched on, and eventually, the only sound was the wind howling outside. When I finally peeked out of the shed, the truck was gone. But I didn't stick around to question it. I ran straight to my car, not stopping until I was behind the wheel with the doors locked. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of there without looking back. I don't know what those men were hiding in that quarry, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never go back there again. I was working on a photography project, places of worship around the city, mostly older buildings with that heavy, almost eerie history to them. I liked the silence, the emptiness. There's a strange calm to those places at night when they're supposed to be empty. I'd managed to get permission to photograph this old church that had been closed down for years. It was in rough shape, dust thick on everything, the smell of damp settling in every corner. Perfect for what I wanted. I got there around midnight, set up my tripod near the altar, and started shooting. The only sounds were the faint clicks of my camera and the occasional creak of wood settling. The place was dark except for the dim light filtering in from a street lamp outside and the small flashlight I had with me. It was cold too, my breath came out in visible puffs. After about an hour of shooting, I started noticing faint noises. It wasn't much at first. Just a light tap here, a shuffle there, like an animal scurrying around in the dark corners. I told myself it was probably a rat or some bird trapped inside. The building had a few broken windows, so it wasn't unlikely. I kept working, but the sound didn't stop. It got louder. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming from somewhere toward the back of the church. I froze, hoping maybe it was just the building shifting or something. But the steps grew louder, closer. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. It sounded like slow, careful pacing, like they were waiting for something. I was alone. I'd locked the door when I came in, so I didn't understand how anyone else could be there. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on the flashlight, and turned around. My flashlight beam swung through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just empty pews and shadows, stretching all the way to the back wall. I tried to calm myself down, but the footsteps picked up again, closer this time, and more insistent. They stopped a few feet behind me, and that's when I heard someone clear their throat. My stomach dropped. I forced myself to turn around, expecting. I don't know what, but definitely not what I saw. A man stood there, dressed in old, faded clothes that looked like they belonged in another decade. His face was blank, just staring at me. The thing that struck me the most was how still he was. He didn't move, didn't even blink. He was just standing there, watching. "Can I help you?" I managed to ask, my voice a lot shakier than I would have liked. "I'm the caretaker here," he said, in this flat, almost rehearsed tone. "You're here late. You shouldn't be." There was something strange in his voice, like he was forcing himself to sound normal but didn't quite know how. His face was expressionless, his eyes fixed on me with this intense focus that made my skin crawl. "I'm a photographer," I said, trying to sound calm. "I got permission to shoot here." The man didn't react. He just kept staring at me, his eyes unblinking. "They didn't tell me about that," he said, his voice low. "You shouldn't be here. Not at this hour." I tried to reason with him, saying I had the paperwork and everything, but he didn't seem to hear me. Instead, he took a slow step forward. It wasn't much, just a tiny shift, but it was enough to make my heart race. Who gave you permission?" he asked, his voice so quiet I barely heard it. I was starting to feel uneasy. Something about this man wasn't right. He was too calm, too still. I told him the name of the person who'd arranged the access, hoping it would satisfy him, but he didn't even blink. "They didn't tell me," he repeated, his voice a bit louder now, like he was talking more to himself than to me. The whole situation felt off. I glanced at my gear, wondering if I should just pack up and go. I didn't want to make this guy mad, but there was something unsettling about him. Something that made me want to get out of there as fast as possible. The man stepped closer again, his face still blank, eyes never leaving me. "It's not safe here," he murmured, almost like a warning. "Not for you." I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "Look, I don't want any trouble. I'll just finish up and leave, okay?" He shook his head slowly, that strange, empty expression never changing. "You won't leave," he said, almost to himself. "Not yet." Something in his tone chilled me to the bone. He sounded so sure, like he knew something I didn't, something he wasn't telling me. I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I started to pack up my camera, keeping one eye on him. The whole time, he just stood there, watching, his face a blank mask. When I was done, I grabbed my bag and turned to head toward the door. But he moved to block my path, quick and silent, like he'd been waiting for that moment. His face was close to mine now, close enough that I could see the dark shadows under his eyes, the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You're not leaving," he said, and this time there was a hint of something in his voice, almost excitement. I took a step back, feeling the panic start to build. I didn't know what this guy wanted, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to get away from him. "Listen, man," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'll just head out. No need for this." He smiled then, this slow, chilling smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You're here," he said, like it explained everything, like that was all he needed to keep me there. I tried to sidestep him, but he moved with me, blocking my way again. My pulse was racing now, my hands starting to sweat. I could feel that sense of dread growing, the realization that I might not get out of there as easily as I thought. "Why won't you let me leave?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, his expression changed. There was something dark in his gaze, something that made my stomach twist. "It's not your time," he murmured, almost as if he was talking to himself. Then he turned, walked a few steps back into the darkness, and disappeared. I didn't wait to see if he'd come back. The second he was out of sight, I bolted for the door, practically running down the aisle and out into the cold night air. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get the keys into the ignition. When I finally looked back at the church, the man was standing in the doorway, just watching me. His expression was calm, almost amused, like he'd expected me to run. He didn't move, didn't try to follow me, but I could feel his eyes on me even as I drove away. I don't know what he wanted or why he was there. All I know is that I won't be going back to that church again. Whatever was wrong with him, whatever his reason for keeping me there, It was something I don't ever want to understand. I was heading home late that night. I had taken the train, like always, and walked the same route from the station back to my apartment. It was usually a quick 10-minute walk along mostly empty streets. By then, the neighborhood was quiet, barely any people around, and the only sound was the distant hum of cars on the main road. About halfway home, I noticed someone standing under a street lamp a block up. A guy, tall, wearing a jacket that hung loose around his frame. I didn't think much of it. There were people out sometimes, just wandering or waiting for a bus. But when I got closer, he turned to face me, and I noticed he had a camera up, aimed right in my direction. He took a picture. The flash blinked and then disappeared. It was strange enough to make me pause, and I stared back at him. But he didn't say anything, just lowered the camera a bit, then took another shot. I felt exposed, like he was watching me more closely than anyone ever had. I kept walking, trying not to show that I was uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was some kind of amateur photographer, just taking random photos for practice or something. I didn't really want to be rude, so I kept moving, ignoring him. As I went further, I kept glancing back. Each time, I expected him to be gone, but he wasn't. He was still there, still aiming the camera at me, taking pictures as I walked. I picked up my pace, but he just took another picture. And then another. The sound of the camera's shutter carried through the night, soft but too close. It made my skin crawl. The next night, it happened again. I took the same route, hoping I wouldn't see him. But halfway home, there he was, standing a little closer than he'd been the night before. He aimed his camera and took a picture before I'd even noticed him. The flash was so bright it stunned me for a second. When I blinked, I could see him clearly, just staring at me, lowering the camera slowly, his eyes cold and hard like he was studying me. This time I didn't stop. I just kept going, my heart pounding a little faster with each step. I tried to ignore the feeling in my gut that he was getting closer each time I walked by. When I glanced back that night, he was still there, watching me, like he knew I'd look back. By the third night, I was dreading that walk. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? It felt strange to think of calling the police over some guy taking pictures on a public street. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something that made my skin crawl just thinking about it. That night, he was even closer. This time, he wasn't standing under a streetlight but just outside its reach, in the shadows, so all I could see was his outline. As I passed him, I heard the click of his camera again. I didn't want to turn around, but I felt like he was watching my every move. I walked faster, trying to keep calm, but I could feel the weight of his stare, like he was following me with his eyes. Then, just when I thought I was out of his sight, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate. I told myself it was just someone else walking home, but when I looked back, it was him. He was closer than ever, following me. The camera was in his hand, pointed directly at me. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the fear rising in my throat. I forced myself to keep walking, trying to act like I hadn't noticed, but I was practically running by the time I reached my building. When I got inside, I locked the door, heart racing, hands shaking. I checked through the peephole, but there was no sign of him. I told myself it was fine, that he'd probably moved on, that he couldn't get into the building. But I barely slept that night, kept awake by the sound of that shutter clicking in my head, over and over. The next morning, I decided to take a different route home. I didn't want to see him again, didn't want to know what he would do next. But when I stepped off the train that night, I saw him waiting, standing by the exit with his camera, as if he knew I'd be there. As if he'd been waiting all day just to see me. My heart dropped, and I almost turned back, but something in me said to just keep going, act like I didn't see him. But he didn't let me ignore him. This time, he stepped out in front of me, blocking my path. I tried to go around him, but he moved to block me again, his face twisted into a strange, cold smirk. He lifted his camera, pointed it right at me, and took another picture, the flash blinding me. I couldn't help it, I spoke up, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. He didn't answer right away. He just lowered the camera, looked me up and down, and smirked again, like he was enjoying this. Then he leaned in, his voice low and calm. "I'm just capturing the moment. You'll want to remember this." The way he said it, like he knew something I didn't, made my blood run cold. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to get away from him, so I stepped back, turned, and walked as fast as I could. I didn't dare look back, didn't want to see if he was following me. I was almost home when I heard it, the sound of his footsteps behind me, quickening to match my pace. I could hear his breathing, close and steady, like he was right behind me. I broke into a run, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to get inside, to get away from him. I ran up to my building, fumbled with my keys, and slipped inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I looked through the peephole, and there he was, standing just outside, his camera aimed right at my door. He took another picture, then lowered the camera and stared at the door, like he could see me through it. He stayed there for what felt like forever, just standing and watching, like he was waiting for me to come back out. Finally, he turned and walked away, but I didn't feel any relief. I knew he'd be back, knew that he wasn't done. I spent the next few days constantly looking over my shoulder, barely sleeping, waiting for him to show up again. Then, one night, as I was leaving for work, I saw something on the floor just outside my door. It was an envelope, and inside were photos, pictures of me, taken from a distance, taken while I was walking, while I was at my door, even one through my window. My hands shook as I looked through them, my stomach twisting with fear. I don't know who he was, don't know what he wanted, but I couldn't stay there after that. I moved the next week, got a new job, a new apartment far from that place. But I still can't shake the feeling that he's out there, somewhere, waiting, camera in hand, just waiting for me to slip up and let him back into my life. I was working late one night in the campus library. I had a paper due the next morning, and I was in no shape to finish it in my dorm room where my roommate would have the TV on or be playing video games. The library was one of the only places I could really focus, and usually, by midnight, it was practically empty. I had my laptop out, headphones on, head buried in my notes, trying to push through the last few pages of my essay. It was cold, and the place was quiet, with only the hum of the fluorescent lights above and the occasional creak from the old building. I remember that I barely even noticed the guy at first. I glanced up once or twice, and he was just sitting there, a few tables away. Maybe he was working on his own paper or whatever, but I didn't think much of it. About an hour went by. I got up to stretch my legs and grab a coffee from the vending machine around the corner. When I came back, I noticed there was something on my table. Just a little crumpled up piece of paper, like trash someone had left behind. I thought it was weird, but I brushed it off. I figured maybe it had been stuck to my backpack or something, so I ignored it and got back to work. After a few more minutes, I started to feel this weird feeling, like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just because the library was so empty and quiet. But then I looked up, and I noticed that guy again, sitting there, but this time he was looking right at me. Not just glancing up occasionally, but actually staring. I looked away quickly, hoping he'd take the hint. I put my head down, focused on my laptop screen, and tried to push the uncomfortable feeling out of my mind. But a few minutes later, I saw him move out of the corner of my eye. He stood up, and I thought maybe he was leaving. I felt relieved. But instead, he walked over to my table, dropped something, and walked back to his seat without saying a word. It was another crumpled piece of paper. This time, I picked it up. I was annoyed, maybe even a little freaked out, and I wanted to see what this guy's deal was. I smoothed it out, expecting it to be some kind of dumb joke or maybe even trash. But the words written on it were strange. You have the 8 a.m. class in Galloway Hall. I froze for a second, reading it over again. I definitely didn't know this guy, and I hadn't told anyone my schedule. I looked back over to his table, and he was just sitting there, staring at me, with this blank expression. Not a smile, not even a frown, just blank, like he was studying me. It gave me the creeps. I didn't want him to see that he was getting to me, so I just crumpled the note up and threw it in my bag, trying to act like it was nothing. I went back to typing, glancing up every so often, but he hadn't moved. He just kept staring, like he was waiting for something. After a while, he got up again, and I felt myself tense up. He walked past my table and, once again, dropped another crumpled piece of paper. I was seriously getting annoyed now. But something in me had to know what it said. So, I picked it up, opened it slowly, and read the next note. You like to sit by the window in the dining hall. This one hit a little too close to home. I did sit by the window in the dining hall almost every day. It wasn't exactly a huge secret, but still, it felt wrong. It wasn't just a random fact someone would know unless they'd been watching. My stomach started twisting. I couldn't shake the feeling that this guy knew way too much about me, and he was enjoying how uncomfortable I looked. I stared at him, hoping he'd look away, maybe get the message and leave. But he didn't. He just kept looking right back at me, as if he was daring me to say something. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I didn't even know what to say. Stop leaving me creepy notes didn't feel strong enough for whatever was happening here. Another few minutes passed, and I was pretending to work, not even looking at my screen anymore. Then, he got up again, and I felt a chill go through me. I didn't want him to come any closer, didn't want him to leave another note, but he did. He dropped it right next to me, and this time, I almost didn't pick it up. But I had to know. This one read, your dorm room faces the quad. My blood ran cold. He knew where I lived. Not just what building or floor, he knew the exact room. I couldn't even imagine how. I looked up at him, and he had this tiny smile on his face, like he knew he'd gotten to me. I felt trapped, pinned down by his gaze. I wanted to run, to leave the library and get as far away from this guy as possible, but my legs wouldn't move. I finally managed to whisper, "What do you want?" My voice was shaky, and I could barely get the words out. I didn't even know if he heard me, but then he got up again, slowly, like he had all the time in the world, and he started walking over. I thought about running, about grabbing my stuff and bolting out of there, but something kept me rooted to the spot. He leaned down, putting his hands on the table, way too close to me, and whispered, I just wanted to say hello. After all, we're neighbors. I didn't know what he meant by that. I didn't even want to know. He was close enough that I could see every line on his face, smell the faint scent of coffee on his breath. Then he straightened up, took a few steps back, and just watched me again. I felt my skin crawl. Before I could react, he reached into his pocket and pulled out one more note. He didn't drop it this time. He handed it to me directly, forcing me to take it from his hand. I unfolded it, my hand shaking, and read the words. "I'll be watching." That was it. No more, no less. Just those 3 words. It felt like a threat, a promise, something I couldn't escape. I don't even remember packing up my things or leaving the library. I just remember the feeling of his eyes on me as I walked out, as if he was burning holes into my back. I practically sprinted back to my dorm, my heart pounding the whole way. I didn't look over my shoulder, didn't dare check if he was following me. I just locked myself in my room and sat there, staring at the door, listening for any sound outside. I never saw him in the library again after that, but for weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It happened while I was working the night shift at this small, barely lit gas station. I was the only one there, no one else working, and it was the kind of shift that's dead quiet. Not many people come by at 3 a.m. in a place that's basically off the highway in the middle of nowhere. It started out like any other night. I was stocking shelves, making sure everything was neat, filling the coffee machine even though it never got much use at that hour. Then, when I turned around to wipe down the counter, I noticed something odd on the window facing the parking lot. There was writing on it, something scratched into the dirt on the outside of the glass. I moved closer, trying to make it out under the flickering fluorescent lights from inside. It read, "Hello." Just that. Now, that was weird, right? It hadn't been there when I started my shift, and there was no one around, no cars outside. I figured it might have been some bored kids or someone messing around, maybe trying to get a reaction. I shrugged it off, went back to my tasks, trying not to think too much about it. An hour passed. It was about 4 a.m., and I was working at the register, trying to keep myself awake. Then I glanced up, and there it was, another message. This one read, "I can see you." It was in the same spot, scratched right into the dirt again. My heart was pounding because there was still no one outside, no cars pulling in or leaving. I walked over to the window, peering into the parking lot. Nothing. The lights outside barely reached past the edge of the lot, and beyond that, it was just pitch black. There were no bushes or trees, nowhere for anyone to hide. I took a deep breath and tried to laugh it off. Come on, I told myself. It's just some creep, probably thinks it's funny. But as I turned back to go inside, I felt this strange sensation, like I was being watched. I couldn't shake it off. I kept glancing back at the window, half expecting to see a face staring at me, but there was nothing. I decided to check the security cameras. I figured maybe I'd catch a glimpse of whoever was doing this. The cameras weren't great, old black and white ones that only covered certain angles of the lot and the entrance. I rewound to when I first noticed the message, scanning through the footage. There was nothing. Just me, going about my tasks. No sign of anyone near the windows, no movement outside. It was like whoever did it somehow knew where to avoid the cameras. I went back to my shift, trying to brush it off, but I kept getting these chills, like I wasn't alone. Around 4:30, I was stocking the drinks in the cooler at the back when I heard a faint tapping sound from the front. I froze, holding my breath, straining to listen. It was like someone was tapping their fingernail on the glass, just lightly. I stayed quiet, waiting. Then the tapping stopped, but a minute later, I felt compelled to go and check. My gut was twisting. I walked up slowly, and as I came around the corner, I saw it. Another message. This one was right on the front window, near the bottom. It read, "Are you scared yet?" I stood there, staring at it, feeling my skin crawl. It was like this person knew every move I made, waiting for me to turn my back so they could write another message. I knew I needed to check the cameras again, but I was scared of what I'd find. My hands were shaking as I went over to the monitor and rewound the footage, watching as the minutes ticked by. Then I saw it. Right at the edge of the frame, barely visible, there was a figure, crawling low along the ground, almost slithering. They stayed just out of the camera's main view, but I could see enough to tell they were moving, inching along the pavement until they reached the window. They must have been lying down, staying low to avoid the camera. I felt sick. This wasn't some random kid playing a prank. Whoever this was, they knew exactly where the cameras were, and they were using it to their advantage. I tried to make out details, but the footage was grainy, and they stayed just out of clear sight. I could see the shape of a body, limbs pressed close to the ground, and that was it. No face, no clothing, just this shadow moving like it wasn't even human. I stepped away from the monitor, breathing hard, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I was too scared to go outside, but I didn't want to stay in there either, trapped behind the counter with that figure somewhere in the dark, just outside. Then, the lights outside flickered, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I whipped around, staring out the window, searching for any sign of movement. And that's when I saw the newest message, scratched right into the dirt on the glass, right at eye level. "Don't turn around." My blood ran cold. Whoever this was, they were watching me right then. I couldn't see them, but they could see me, knew I was there, staring at their message. My instinct was to turn, to look around, but fear kept me frozen. My breath came out shallow, and I tried to stay calm, but every nerve in my body was screaming at me to run. But I couldn't stay there forever. I forced myself to move, to turn and look over my shoulder, praying I wouldn't see anyone. And I didn't. But something felt wrong, like I was missing something right in front of me. I scanned the windows again, double-checking, my hands clenching and unclenching as I looked for anything out of place. I saw one last message, scrawled on the side window near the door, smaller than the others, almost like it was written in a hurry. I had to step closer to read it, my stomach churning. It said, "Next time, I'll be inside." That did it. I couldn't stay there any longer. I grabbed my keys and locked up, leaving the lights on inside. I got in my car and drove out of there, not caring about leaving my shift early. I just wanted to get as far from that place as possible. The manager was angry when I told him the next day, thinking I'd left because I was bored or something. I tried explaining, but he just brushed it off, said there was no sign of anything weird when he checked that morning. No messages on the windows, nothing on the cameras. It was like none of it ever happened. But I know what I saw. I still see it in my mind sometimes, that figure crawling along the pavement, just out of sight, watching me. And sometimes, when I walk past dark windows or mirrors, I catch myself looking, expecting to see something there, a message just for me, waiting in the dirt. I was working the late shift, middle of nowhere. This stretch of road was always empty at night, especially around the hills where the nearest town was almost 20 miles off. No one had any reason to be out there unless they were up to something, so whenever I saw a car parked on the shoulder, I had to check it out. It was just after 2 a.m. when I spotted the car, parked off to the side with no lights on. That got my attention right away. People usually left their hazards on if they broke down, at least to be safe. But this car was dead silent, headlights and taillights completely off. It was just this dark shape, barely visible in the moonlight. I pulled up behind it, keeping my headlights on. I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat from where I was sitting, but I figured they'd be slumped down or maybe asleep. Happens more than you'd think. So I got out, flashlight in hand, and approached the car, staying a bit on edge. I tapped the back window first, then the driver's side window, just to be safe. But there was no movement inside, no answer. When I shined my flashlight through the glass, I didn't see anyone. The car was empty. Not even a sign of a driver or passenger. Now, that was strange enough. I mean, who leaves a car on a deserted highway in the middle of the night without even leaving the hazards on? But then I noticed something else. There was a piece of paper pinned to the seat in the back. Looked like a note, actually a stack of them, all torn out sheets held together with a clip, like something someone had put together just for me to find. I reached for the door handle. Locked. I went back to my cruiser, grabbed my Slim Jim, and got the door open after a few tries. As soon as I popped the door, there was this stale, musty smell that hit me, like the car had been sealed up for years. It didn't make sense, but I didn't dwell on it. I reached in and took the stack of papers. The top one was facing up, and my stomach dropped when I saw my name on it. In big, messy letters, all caps, written across the top, Officer Kelly. Now, I hadn't told anyone I'd be patrolling this road. Only my station knew I was working this stretch. Nobody else. So right away, I started getting this sick feeling in my gut. I took a closer look at the note. The handwriting was shaky, almost childlike. The first few lines didn't make much sense, something about finding what's yours and not leaving it behind. It wasn't clear. Just a rambling mess, like whoever wrote it was either angry or losing it. Flipping through the pages, it only got worse. The next sheet had a list of places I'd been. Old case scenes I'd been to, intersections I'd patrolled. My high school, my favorite diner back in town. My actual address. Every location was listed out in detail, each one with the date and time I'd been there, like someone had been watching me for a long time, following me around. They knew everything. The third page was the worst. It had my wife's name, my kids' names, my wife's work schedule, every single one of their details, down to my daughter's bus route, the park where my son had baseball practice every Thursday night. All of it was there, scribbled down in the same shaky writing. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck, and I forced myself to keep flipping through the stack. Each page had something new, something worse. Places I went on my days off. A list of my regular coffee orders. Things I'd done months ago, things I didn't even think anyone noticed. And at the bottom of each page, in that same shaky writing, they'd written a message, "I know you, Officer Kelly." I kept looking around the highway, half expecting to see someone standing out there, just watching. But it was only me in the dark. Dead quiet except for the hum of my cruiser's engine. I went back to the car, scanned the area with my flashlight, thinking maybe someone had gone into the brush or was hiding somewhere nearby. Nothing. Just the sound of the wind and the rustle of dry grass. Then I heard a faint click. I looked back at the abandoned car, and my stomach turned when I saw the dome light flicker on. It had been off when I opened the door, completely dead. Now, it was on, glowing faintly, like someone had just opened the door from the inside. But the car was empty. I checked it myself. I backed up toward my cruiser, one hand on my gun, the other on my flashlight, never taking my eyes off that car. I knew I should call it in, but something stopped me. Part of me didn't want anyone else involved. This felt personal, like whoever had left these notes had planned this just for me. Bringing in backup felt wrong, like it would only make things worse somehow. The light flickered off again. I kept my distance, but I could feel something was off, like a weight in the air, pressing down on me. Then I noticed a new note, one I hadn't seen before, tucked just under the driver's seat. I reached for it, hands shaking, and pulled it out. It said, "Don't go home tonight." That was it. Just those 4 words, but they hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just someone messing with me, they knew where I lived, where my family was. They were watching me, even now. I don't remember the drive back to the station. I just know that I locked up the car and handed the keys to the guy on the next shift, mumbling something about needing the night off. I left, drove around aimlessly, too on edge to go home. I parked in a lot on the other side of town and just sat there, heart racing, watching the shadows around my car. Eventually, when the sun started coming up, I went back to the station. I filed a report, told my supervisor everything, and asked for the night off to clear my head. But I never found out who it was or why they did it. They left no prints, no clues, just those pages filled with my life, like it was all just some game to them.